Operation Gladio, the unholy alliance between the Vatican, the CIA, and the Mafia, by Paul L. Williams, Ph.D. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruits you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes, or figs from thistles? Likewise every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, by their fruits you will recognize them. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons and perform many miracles? Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers. Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 23. Apologia. I know what you're thinking. The author of this book must be a Baptist. It's a common assumption. Most Welsh people are Baptists, and Williams is a Welsh name. But names are deceptive. I was born and raised a Roman Catholic. My parish was St. John the Baptist Church in West Scranton, where I learned by rote the Baltimore Catechism and sang Panis Angelicus with the choir. I wrote J.M.J., Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, on the right-hand corner of my composition papers, went to confession every Saturday afternoon, and received Holy Communion at Sunday Mass. I participated in all the rites and rituals, the 40-hour devotion to the Blessed Sacrament, the recitation of the litanies to the saints, and the yearly novenas at St. Anne's Basilica. In those Tridentan days the liturgy was in Latin, which gave the Mass a sense of timelessness and the assurance that the teachings of Holy Mother Church were semper eadem, always the same, binding the generations in one system of belief. I had my throat blessed on the feast of St. Blaise and my forehead anointed with ashes on the first day of Lent. I wore a St. Christopher's medal and a scapular. I fasted and abstained on the days appointed, and received all the sacraments, save holy orders and extreme unction. As a graduate student at Drew University, my mentor was Father Gabriel Colas, an Augustinian monk, who provided rigorous instruction in the patristics and medieval Latin. After receiving my doctorate, I taught religion and the humanities at the University of Scranton, a Jesuit institution, and served as the editor of the annual proceedings of the Fellowship of Catholic Scholars. I also penned a number of articles on Vatican II and the effects of aggiornamento for National Review, where I met William Buckley, the celebrated CIA spook. I encountered the wrath of Rome while writing everything you always wanted to know about the Catholic Church for Doubleday. Doubleday, at that time, was a publishing outlet for the Catholic Church through its imprint, Image Books, and an imprimatur was considered a prerequisite for publication. My clerical overseers found no fault with my handling of the evolution of doctrine and the matter of the pontiffs who later were decried as heretics. The problem arose with the subject of the Church's temporalities. I was told to expunge all references to the Vatican Bank, including the donation of Mussolini, the Ambrosiano affair, and the P2 scandal. These topics had garnered headlines throughout the world, and to exclude them from a book with a tell-all title would be an act of obsequiousness that bordered on cowardice. I refused to make the suggested cuts, and was supported in my decision by Patricia Kosman, my intrepid editor. In 1990, the work was published by Doubleday without a nihil obstat, the declaration that nothing about the work is contrary to the faith, despite the fact that it contained no canonical errata. In subsequent years, I probed deeper into the affairs of Vatican Incorporated during my tenure as the editor and publisher of the Metro, and as a consultant, CI9, for the FBI. My findings, including the ties between the Vatican and Gambino crime family, constituted the core of The Vatican Exposed: Money, Murder, and the Mafia, which was published by Prometheus in 2001. For the past 14 years, I have been engaged in combing all available government records regarding the Vatican, the CIA, and the Mafia. The task has been grueling, since most of the files, even the files of Pope Paul VI, Michel Sindona, Roberto Calvi, Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, and other individuals long dead, remain classified. Any disclosure of their contents would represent a threat to national security. Fortunately, enough information has come to light in recent years that listeners can obtain a complete account of the unholy alliance of Gladio. Am I still a Catholic? Suffice it to say, anyone who attempts to come to terms with the facts presented in this audiobook will have his faith in Holy Mother Church compromised, if not shattered. Chapter 1. The Stay-Behind Units. The Association for Responsible Dissent estimates that by 1987, 6 million people had died as a result of CIA covert operations. Former State Department official William Bloom correctly calls this an American Holocaust. The CIA justifies these actions as part of its war against communism. But most coups do not involve a communist threat. Unlucky nations are targeted for a wide variety of reasons, not only threats to American business interests abroad, but also liberal or even moderate social reforms, political instability, the unwillingness of a leader to carry out Washington's dictates, and declarations of neutrality in the Cold War. Indeed, nothing has infuriated CIA directors quite like a nation's desire to stay out of the Cold War. Steve Kangas, A Timeline of CIA Atrocities, 1994. We're fighting the wrong enemy. Alan Dulles, the Swiss director of the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, came to this conclusion at the close of 1942, when the German infantry remained mired in the mud and snow of the Russian steppes. He had received word via Vatican messengers from Schutzstaffel SS Chief Heinrich Himmler and Walter Schellenberg, head of the Sicherheitsdienst, the SS Foreign Intelligence Service, that the Nazi government wished to establish a separate peace with the United States. Such reconciliation would enable the Third Reich to turn its undivided attention to pulverizing the Soviets. When Dulles expressed his openness to discuss the proposal, the German High Command sent Prince Max von Hohenlohe, a Prussian aristocrat and businessman, to meet with him in Bern. Hohenlohe was surprised to learn that Dulles not only endorsed the Nazi proposal, but also maintained that a strong Germany was necessary as a bulwark against Bolshevism, the Leninist branch of the Communist Party that had seized control of Russia in 1917. Seeing Red. In a series of communiques with William Wild Bill Donovan, the OSS chief in Washington, Dulles expressed his eagerness to pursue the peace negotiations, believing that the Soviets posed a far greater threat to the United States and to the stability of the Western world than the Nazis. The Soviets, Dulles maintained, committed acts of genocide that far surpassed the pogroms of the Third Reich. They endorsed a godless ideology that called for world revolution and the collapse of capitalism. They believed that human history was governed by the process of dialectical materialism, the idea that any current economic order would always give rise to its opposite, a process that would terminate in the creation of a stateless state, built on the common ownership of goods and property. Dulles had problems with the Nazis. Their goal of 1,000-year Reich and their division of mankind into Übermenschen and Untermenschen. But the Nazis were Christians. They retained a Hegelian sense of history, which explained the rise and fall of governments in terms of a spiritual process. And they shared with Americans a common Western heritage. Even more importantly, the Nazis believed in capitalism and the right of private property. They even had minted the word Reprivatisierung, reprivatizing, for their policy of restoring to their former owners the properties that had been seized by the government, a policy that went against the leftist trends that were spreading throughout Europe. The Great Seducer. A scion of the Eastern establishment in the United States, Dulles came from a distinguished family of political dignitaries. John W. Foster, his maternal grandfather, had served as Secretary of State under Benjamin Harrison, and Robert Lansing, his uncle by marriage, had been Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State. A tweedy, pipe-smoking corporate lawyer, Dulles, with his snake-like charm and Machiavellian ambition, had been credited with seducing over 100 women, including Clare Boothe Luce, the wife of Henry Luce, founder of Time and Life, and Queen Frederica of Greece. Dulles entered the diplomatic service in 1916 and was stationed in Vienna and later Bern. From 1922 to 1926, he served as the chief of the Near East Division of the U.S. State Department. He left this post to join the Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, where his brother, John Foster Dulles, was a partner. Sullivan and Cromwell floated bonds for Krupp AG, the German arms manufacturer, and managed the finances of IG Farben, the German chemical conglomerate that manufactured Zyklon B, the gas that would be used to murder millions of Jews. In addition to his law practice, Allen Dulles was elected in 1927 as the first president of the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, an organization of high-ranking government officials, wealthy industrialists, and prominent bankers. The purpose of the CFR was to engineer a U.S. foreign policy of interventionism in order to make the world safe for democracy. His ties to this organization would have a profound effect on the undertakings of Operation Gladio. Galen's guerrillas. Having established contact with Hitler's high command, Dulles conducted meetings in Bern with Nazi General Reinhard Gehlen, the head of German military intelligence. Gehlen was a stiff, unassuming man with sparse blonde hair, a toothbrush mustache, and ears that stuck out of his head like radar antennas. Knowing that the defeat of the Third Reich was inevitable, he had concocted the idea of forming clandestine guerrilla squads composed of Hitler Youth and die-hard fascist fanatics, as stay-behind units. These units, Gehlen informed Dulles, would serve as a police force to ward off a post-war Soviet invasion. The Nazi general referred to the members of his secret army as werewolves, individuals who would function as ordinary citizens by day and communist killers by night. Each werewolf unit, Gehlen said, had access to buried depots of food, radio equipment, weapons, and explosives. Believing the Soviets planned a takeover of Germany and Western Europe at the conclusion of the war, Dulles became convinced that the OSS must reach out to these stay-behind armies in order to supply them with tactical and strategic assistance. This task, he informed Donovan and the OSS top brass in Washington, could be accomplished through Gehlen and SS General Karl Wolff, another Nazi Dulles had become friends with. The Aryan Ideal. Wolff conformed to the Aryan ideal. 6 feet tall, blond hair, blue eyes, and a high forehead. He was commissioned as an SS Sturmführer in February 1932. 5 years later, he was third in command of the entire SS. His principal assignment was the arrangement of transportation of Jews to concentration camps. Wolf excelled at this task to such a degree that he was later charged with complicity in the murder of 300,000 men, women, and children. In 1942, as a reward for his service, Wolf was appointed by Hitler to serve as the SS adjutant to Mussolini and the Italian government. Along with securing and fortifying the werewolves, Dulles busied himself with arranging the separate peace with the Nazis that would exclude the Soviet Union. This undertaking became known as Operation Sunrise. The separate peace should be signed without delay, Dulles informed Donovan, since it would allow the Wehrmacht, the combined armed forces of Nazi Germany, to deploy 3 divisions from northern Italy to the Eastern Front, where they could combat the Red Army. When Stalin became aware that such negotiations were underway, he went ballistic, accusing his U.S. allies of bad faith and betrayal. President Franklin D. Roosevelt responded that such accusations were vile misrepresentations of actuality. The Fort Hunt Conference. The worst fears of Allen Dulles for the post-war period began to materialize in February 1945, when the leaders of the Big Three, the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union, met at Yalta on the Black Sea to redraw the map of Europe. The eastern border of Germany was moved westward to the Oder and Neisse rivers, and parts of eastern Poland were handed over to the Soviets. What remained of Germany was to be divided into 4 zones of occupation, which would be administered by a council of military generals, including the French. As soon as the ink dried on the Yalta Agreement, Dulles transported Galen and his top representatives to Fort Hunt, Virginia, where they were wined and dined by Donovan and other U.S. officials. An agreement was reached. Galen would return to Germany under U.S. protection to establish the Galen Organization, which would receive full funding from U.S. Army G2 Intelligence Unit resources. The primary purpose of this organization would be the maintenance of the existing stay-behind armies and the recruitment of new guerrilla soldiers from the ranks of Third Reich veterans with staunch anti-communist credentials. These soldiers would no longer be known as werewolves. They were to be known as gladiators, and they would be commissioned to ward off communist invaders in the great theater of post-war Europe. The operation in which they were engaged was to be known as Gladio, after the short swords Roman gladiators used to kill their opponents. Poetry and paranoia. Dulles was not the only OSS official involved in establishing stay-behind units. He was aided by James Jesus Angleton, one of the strangest spooks to emerge from the shadow world of the U.S. intelligence community. A tall figure of spectral thinness, with owlish glasses, Angleton was a rabid anti-communist, an ardent Anglophile, and a devout Roman Catholic. He bred orchids, wore a black Homburg, and drank bourbon for breakfast. A graduate of Yale, Angleton possessed a gift for poetry and had established close friendships with Ezra Pound, E. Cummings, and T.S. Eliot. Fluent in several languages, including German and Italian, he arrived in Rome as the commander of the secret counterintelligence (SCI) unit of the OSS. Few were more qualified for the position. Unfortunately, Angleton was not only brilliant, but also dangerously paranoid, seeing the world as a wilderness of mirrors. In these mirrors he saw reflections of spies and counter-spies, many of whom he felt compelled to eliminate, and the unfolding succession of conspiracy upon conspiracy, all of which required immediate and, at times, murderous resolution. Angleton's father, Hugh, also served the OSS. Before the war, Hugh had been the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Italy and the owner of the Milan branch of the National Cash Register Company. The elder Angleton, who was outspokenly pro-Hitler and pro-Mussolini, had developed extensive contacts throughout Italy that were of great use to his son. One such contact was Prince Junio Valerio Borghese, a member of the Catholic black nobility, the Italian aristocrats who had remained loyal to the Holy See after the rise of Garibaldi in the 19th century. Black Xmas. Borghese was the leader of Decima Flotilla Mas, 10 Light Flotilla, also known as Xmas, an Italian naval commando unit. After Italy signed an armistice with the Allies on September 8, 1943, Borghese and his commandos opted to fight for the so-called Solo Republic that had been set up by the Nazis in northern Italy. His unit was given the task of attacking the Italian partisan bands that had sprouted up throughout Italy. The partisans were sponsored by the Italian Communist Party, Partito Comunista Italiano, or PCI. And, thanks to Xmas, thousands were found hanging from streetlights and flagpoles by the end of the war. On April 13, 1945, Borghese met with General Wolfe and Angleton at a villa on Garda Lake, where they discussed the possibility of extending their war efforts beyond any peace treaty with the Soviets, redeploying Xmas under the covert direction of the OSS. Borghese was amenable to the terms, especially since his cooperation would save him from an Italian firing squad. The Secret Government. On May 15, 1945, when Borghese was arrested and charged with war crimes, Angleton managed to secure his release into U.S. Army custody. The Black Prince was dressed in an American uniform and transported from Milan to Rome. Angleton needed Borghese and the 10,267 fascists who fought under his command to help establish the stay-behind units that would ward off any Soviet aggression. For a while, Angleton and other OSS officials, including Donovan, toyed with the idea of making Borghese the new king of Italy. But soon they came to their senses and realized that the Xmas commander would be of greater use as the leader of a shadow government, with a secret army that could manipulate Italian affairs through the coming decades. To create this government, the U.S. State Department issued a mandate by which the operational resources of the Italian police, the Italian military intelligence, and the Italian Secret Service were placed at the disposal of Angleton and the SCI. Under Borghese, the Gladio forces in Italy were divided into 40 main groups. 10 specialized in sabotage, 6 each in espionage, propaganda, and escape tactics, and 12 in guerrilla activities. A special training camp for members of the stay-behind units was set up in Sardinia, off Italy's western coast. The camp, thanks to the efforts of Galen and Wolfe, was soon swarming with new gladiators from Germany, France, and Austria. By 1946, when the OSS morphed into the Central Intelligence Group, the precursor of the CIA, hundreds of Gladio units were in place throughout Western Europe. The money supply. But there was still a problem that seemed insurmountable. Gladio was a covert operation and had not been initiated by an act of Congress or a mandate from the Pentagon. Few federal officials knew of its existence. The $200 million in original funding came from the Rockefeller and Mellon foundations. But a new and steady stream of revenue had to be created almost overnight, or the world would not be safe for democracy. The future of Gladio would come to reside within America's ghettos. Chapter 2. The Lucky Break. Negroes and Narcotics. What cannot now be denied is that U.S. intelligence agencies arranged for the release from prison of the world's preeminent drug lord, allowed him to rebuild his narcotics empire, watched the flow of drugs into the largely black ghettos of New York and Washington, D.C. escalate, and then lied about what they had done. This founding saga of the relationship between American spies and gangsters set patterns that would be replicated from Laos and Burma to Marseille and Panama. Alexander Cockburn and Jeffrey St. Clair, Whiteout, the CIA, Drugs, and the Press. Colonel Paul E. Hallowell had one hell of an idea. It came to him in China, where he was serving as Chief of Special Intelligence for the OSS. Hallowell's idea would result in a union between the U.S. intelligence community and organized crime that would result in conflicts, wars, rebellions, financial upheavals, and an epidemic that would forever alter the flow of world history. Mainstream books about the CIA, like Tim Weiner's Legacy of Ashes, make no mention of Hallowell, his relationship with Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky, his creation of the Castle Bank in the Bahamas, and his grand experiment on the black community of Harlem. In the flood of CIA documents released since 1992, one does not find Hallowell's name in the archival indices of the National Archive, the National Security Archive, or the Federation of American Scientists. In the million declassified pages stored and indexed on the website of the Mary Farrell Foundation, Hallowell's name appears only once, on a list of documents withheld from inspection during the CIA's 1974 search for records concerning Watergate. This silence about the principal architect of the post-war CIA drug connection exceeds all standards of eloquence. Within Kunming, a town within the South China province of Yunnan, Hallowell observed that General Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Kuomintang, KMT, the Chinese National Army, sold opium to Chinese addicts in order to raise funds for his army's planned war against the communist forces of Mao Zedong. Since Hallowell's task was to provide covert assistance to the KMT, what better help could he provide than steady shipments of opiates for the good general? Hallowell presented this idea to his boss, General William Wild Bill Donovan. Donovan shared it with James Jesus Angleton, Allen Dulles, the OSS Swiss director, and William Little Bill Stevenson, master spy of the British Security Coordination. Delighted with the concept, the officials arranged to funnel money to Hallowell, who now became the man who controlled the pipeline of covert funds for secret operations throughout Asia. The money for the opiates would eventually come from Nazi gold that had been laundered and manipulated by Dulles and Stevenson through the World Commerce Corporation, a financial firm established by Wild Bill. But that was still in the future. By the close of World War II, Hallowell and a number of fellow Army intelligence officers, E. Howard Hunt of Watergate fame, Lucien Conen, a former member of the French Foreign Legion with strong ties to the Corsican Mafia, Tommy the Cork Corcoran, a lawyer serving the Strategic Service Unit, and Lieutenant General Claire L. Chenault, the military advisor to Chiang Kai-shek and the founder of the Flying Tigers, had created the Civil Air Transport, CAT, from surplus aircraft, including C-47 Dakotas and C-46 Commandos. The CAT fleet transported weapons to a contingency force of the KMT in Burma. The planes were then loaded with drugs for their return trip to China. The pilots who flew these Bush-type aircraft were a motley group of men, often serving as agents or go-betweens with the Chinese national guerrillas and the opium buyers. Some were former Nazis, others part of the band of expatriates that emerges in countries following any war. Hallowell and his compatriots had created a model for trafficking in drugs that would result in the formation of Air America, the CIA fleet of planes that transported opiates and cocaine during and after the Vietnam conflict. Thanks to their efforts, Burma's Shan Plateau would grow from a relatively minor poppy cultivating area into the largest opium-producing region of the world. Ghetto Gold. Wild Bill had drafted plans to create a post-war Central Intelligence Agency, and, knowing this, Hallowell came up with another brainstorm, a surefire means of gaining covert funding for Gladio and other security operations. The new agency, he realized, could obtain cold cash by adopting the same measures as General Chang. It could supply heroin to the black community in America's ghettos. World War II had disrupted international shipping and imposed tight waterfront security that made smuggling heroin into the United States almost impossible. Heroin supplies were small, and international crime syndicates had fallen into disarray. But opiates were becoming the rage of the jazz scene in Harlem, and the demand for heroin was increasing day by day among black musicians in New York, where a hit could cost as much as $100. Hallowell, dealing with the drug lords of Burma, was keenly aware of this fact. The notion wasn't out of line with OSS protocol. Hallowell and his Army intelligence buddies in China were already involved with providing shipments of opium to General Chang, and with giving 3 sticky brown bars to Burmese addicts who could offer information about the military plans of Chairman Mao. If similar bars could be made available to inner-city dealers at rock-bottom rates, then the market could be cornered and the demand made to increase in an exponential manner. Hallowell knew that a drug epidemic might arise. But, he reasoned, the problem would remain confined to the lowest strata of society, with little impact on white middle-class America. Hallowell, the son of a prominent English cloth buyer, was a member of the inner circle of the OSS, which became known as the Oh-So-Social Club, along with other wealthy American dignitaries, including Henry Sturgis Morgan, son of J.P. Morgan, Jr., Nicholas Roosevelt, Paul Mellon, son of Andrew Mellon, David K.E. Bruce, Andrew Mellon's son-in-law, and members of the Vanderbilt, Carnegie, DuPont, and Ryan families. Angleton, as noted, was a Yale graduate and the son of Hugh Angleton, a multi-millionaire who owned the Italian franchise of the National Cash Register Company. Dulles was a Princeton graduate and the senior partner at the Wall Street firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, which represented the Rockefeller Empire and other mammoth trusts, corporations, and cartels. He was also a board member of the J. Henry Schroeder Bank, with offices in Wall Street, London, Zurich, and Hamburg, and a principal of the Bank of New York. Wild Bill Donovan was an Ivy League lawyer and had married Ruth Ramsey, the heiress of one of the richest families in America. Donovan justified the practice of recruiting the socially elite for the OSS by saying, "You can hire a second-story man and make him a better second-story man. But if you hire a lawyer or an investment banker or a professor, you have something else besides." And so, when Hallowell, who was not a second-story man, communicated his idea to the OSS brass, he was assured of a captive audience. Donovan, Angleton, and Dulles viewed Hallowell's proposal as answered prayer. Selling smack to the black jazz subculture would provide U.S. intelligence with a steady supply of revenue for Gladio throughout the post-war era. The Truman administration had set aside no funds for covert post-war operations in the federal budget. And cold cash, Donovan knew, would become the key weapon of the new agency he remained hell-bent on establishing as soon as he got back to Washington. It alone could provide the means to purchase the services of foreign agents, foreign politicians, and foreign assassins without the approval of any elected official. Donovan's reasoning, bizarre as it might seem to modern listeners, was shared by most American political leaders, Republican and Democratic alike, at the close of World War II. Alfred W. McCoy explains, Henry Luce, founder of the Time Life Empire, argued that America was the rightful heir to Great Britain's international primacy and heralded the post-war era as the American century. To justify their entanglement in foreign adventures, American Cold Warriors embraced a militantly anti-communist ideology. In their minds, the entire world was locked in a Manichaean struggle between godless communism and the free world. The Soviet Union was determined to conquer the world, and its leader, Joseph Stalin, was the new Hitler. European labor movements and Asian nationalist struggles were pawns of international communism, and as such had to be subverted or destroyed. There could be no compromise with this monolithic evil. Negotiations were appeasement, and neutralism was immoral. In this desperate struggle to save Western civilization, any ally was welcome, and any means was justified. Since any ally was welcome and any means justifiable, Wild Bill decided the implementation of Hellowell's drug scheme would enable him to make use of Charles Lucky Luciano and the Sicilian Mafia. The Commission. Charles Lucky Luciano, born in Sicily as Salvatore Lucania, emerged as America's leading mafioso by creating the Commission with Meyer Lansky, his longtime friend and accomplice, in 1931. The Commission eventually governed organized criminal activity within the United States by establishing territorial boundaries, settling internal disputes, and ruling on in-house killings. 12 mafia bosses sat on the board of directors with Luciano as the head. During Prohibition, Luciano and Lansky gained control of the New York Docks and Longshoremen's Union by means of muscle and blood in order to supply speakeasies within Manhattan with scotch from Scotland, rum from the Caribbean, and whiskey from Canada. When a bloody war broke out between the families of Giuseppe the Boss Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano from 1927 to 1929, Luciano put an end to it by arranging the elimination of both mafia chiefs and laying down the law to survivors. "I explained to him that all the war horseshit was out," he later explained. "I told him we was in a business that had to keep moving without explosions every 2 minutes, knocking guys off just because they came from a different part of Sicily. That kind of crap was giving us a bad name, and we couldn't operate until it stopped." Heroin and hookers. At the end of Prohibition, Lucky imported heroin from the Chinese warlords in Shanghai and Tientsin that had then been refined in laboratories controlled by the Corsican Mafia. The product that reached the mean streets and opium dens of Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and San Francisco was less than 3% pure, since it was heavily cut with sugar or quinine. What's more, a surprising amount of the product did not include any heroin at all. Heroin represented a minute part of the Commission's business. Before World War II, America had less than 20,000 heroin addicts, and less than 1,000 kilos were produced annually throughout the world. Use of the drug in America remained largely confined to Asian immigrants and black musicians, and most made men, the term for fully initiated members of the Mafia, shunned drug peddling as an immoral and unmanly activity. My tradition, mafioso Joe Bonanno wrote in his memoirs, outlaws narcotics. Men of honor don't deal in narcotics. Lucky was the exception to this code of honor. He established the heroin trade with Turkish and Chinese opium merchants, saving a considerable amount of the good stuff for the women who worked his brothels. The drugs served to strengthen their dependence upon his largesse and goodwill. Indeed, the combination of organized prostitution and drug addiction became one of Lucky's trademarks. By 1936, he controlled 200 New York City brothels employing 1,200 prostitutes. These establishments provided him with an estimated annual income of $10 million. Lucky's lockup. On February 2, 1936, U.S. Attorney Thomas E. Dewey launched a raid of brothels in Manhattan and Brooklyn, which netted arrests of 10 pimps and 100 prostitutes. Unable to come up with the cash for the stiff bonds of $10,000 imposed by the presiding judge, several of the prostitutes bartered with Dewey for their release by fingering Luciano as their ringleader. On June 7th, Lucky was convicted on 62 counts of compulsory prostitution and sentenced to 30 to 50 years of hard time at the Clinton Correctional Facility in upstate New York. Even within a prison so harsh it was known as Little Siberia, Lucky managed to bribe prison officials with enough cash to gain not only a private cell on the best block, but also a personal valet to press his dress slacks and silk shirts, and an experienced chef to prepare his meals. The warden also permitted him to receive a steady stream of visitors, including Vito Genovese, his underboss, and Meyer Lansky, his longtime partner in crime. The Normandy Scam. In June 1942, Frank Costello, Albert Anastasia, and Tony Anastasio, three of Luciano's closest criminal cronies, came up with a plan to get their pal out of prison. Knowing that the Department of the Navy was paranoid about security at the New York waterfront, and the possibility that Nazi U-boats might sink American ships remaining in the harbor, they decided to stage an incident that would require Lucky's release from Little Siberia. As Luciano later told his biographers, "Costello got in touch with me right away. Albert had worked this idea out with his brother, Tough Tony. Albert said that the guys from Navy intelligence had been all over the docks talking to him about security. They were scared to death that all the stuff along the Hudson, the docks and boats and the rest was in very great danger. It took a guy like Albert to figure out something really crazy. His idea was to give the Navy a real big hunk of sabotage, something so big that it would scare the shit out of the whole fucking Navy." The SS Normandy, a French luxury liner, had been converted into a transport ship for the Allied forces. When it was set ablaze at Pier 88 in the New York harbor, the incident was blamed on Nazi spies. The Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, sought the help of waterfront Union officials, including Joe Sox Lanza and Tony Anastasio, to prevent further sabotage. Lanza and Anastasio informed the officers that adequate security could only be guaranteed by Luciano, who had ruled the waterfront for many years with an iron hand. Everybody in New York was laughing at the way those naive Navy agents were going around the docks. They went up to the men working in the area and talked out of the corner of their mouths like they had seen in the movies, asking about spies, Meyer Lansky recalled. Lieutenant Commander Charles Radcliffe Haffenden of the ONI paid a visit to the Clinton Correctional Facility, where he offered Lucky the promise of pardon and deportation to his native Sicily in exchange for his help in securing the harbor and preventing strikes by the Manhattan longshoremen. As far as Haffenden was concerned, he didn't know nothing that was going on except that he was sitting there with his mouth open, praying I would say yes and help his whole department, Luciano later said. Thus, Operation Underworld got underway, with Lucky transforming from a mob thug to an agent of the ONI. Monsignor Montini's influence. On April 15, 1943, the OSS was charged with implementing plans for the Allied invasion of Sicily. The Joint Staff Planners for the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff had drafted a report titled Special Military Plan for Psychological Warfare in Sicily that recommended the establishment of contact and communications with the leaders of separatist nuclei, disaffected workers, and clandestine radical groups, that is, the Mafia, and giving them every possible aid. The report was approved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, and the order to make the Mafia connection was dispatched to Donovan. Earl Brennan, the OSS director in Italy, reached out to Monsignor Giovanni Montini, the Vatican Under-Secretary of State who would become Pope Paul VI, for help in locating opponents to the fascist regime in Sicily. Montini suggested that Brennan reach out to Calogero Don Carlo Vizzini, the capo di tutti capi, boss of all bosses, of the Vizzini Agostino crime family, who had been imprisoned by Mussolini for his support of the Christian Democrats and his opposition to fascism. Brennan conveyed this information to Donovan, who knew that no one involved in the OSS or ONI had closer ties to the Vizzini clan than Lucky Luciano. Luciano had been born less than 15 miles from Villalba, where his mafiosi relatives still worked for Don Carlo. The return of the Mafia. At Donovan's request, Commander Haffenden again appeared at Lucky's cell with a request for help. Luciano complied by drafting a communique that was then airdropped near Don Carlo's farmhouse. 2 days later, American tanks rolled into Villalba after driving 55 miles from the beachhead of General Patton's 7th Army in Palermo. Don Carlo and his men climbed into the tanks and spent the next 6 days guiding the division through western Sicily and organizing support among the local populace for the advancing U.S. troops. Thanks to the success of Operation Husky, the code name for the Allied invasion of Sicily, Don Carlo was appointed mayor of Villalba. As soon as he assumed public office, Don Carlo murdered the local police chief, whom he found too inquisitive. Other mafiosi, at the insistence of the OSS, assumed positions of political power. Giuseppe Genco Russo, Don Carlo's second-in-command, became mayor of Musameli, while other members of the Vicini Agostino crime family became chief governing officials of other towns and villages in western Sicily. The appointments were understandable. Donovan wanted anti-fascists in charge, and the mafiosi were most certainly anti-fascists, since many had spent the war years in Mussolini's jails. Michele Pantaleone, who observed the Mafia revival in his native village of Villalba, writes, "By the beginning of the Second World War, the Mafia was restricted to a few isolated and scattered groups, and could have been completely wiped out if the social problems of the island had been dealt with. The Allied occupation and the subsequent slow restoration of democracy reinstated the Mafia with its full powers, put it once more on the way to becoming a political force, and returned to the onorata società, the weapons which fascism had snatched from it. The return of the men of respect became a nightmare for ordinary Sicilians. Shifting from rural to urban crime, the Mafia bosses led by Don Carlo graduated from the stiletto to the beretta and the Tommy gun. From 1944 to 1960, the bosses commissioned an average of 3 murders a week. Scarcely a shred of their fabled knightly code of honor remained by the end of Don Carlo's reign of terror. Enter Vito Genovese. The ascendancy of the Mafia also became apparent with the appointment of Vito Genovese, Luciano's right-hand man, as chief translator for the U.S. Army headquarters in Naples. New York's former lieutenant governor, Charles Poletti, whom Lucky described as one of our good friends, was also appointed as military governor in Italy. Thanks to Poletti, Genovese's men controlled the major Italian ports, and thereby most of the black market in American and Sicilian goods such as flour, oil, sugar, beans, salt, and cigarettes. Even Genovese's lowest picciotto, the youngest and most inexperienced men, made a bundle. How did I accumulate my fortune? I did the black market during and after the war, Luciano Leggio, a henchman for Genovese, later explained to a jury in Palermo. Thanks to the success of the invasion, Lucky Luciano became the subject of massive media hype, which culminated in radio broadcaster Walter Winchell proclaiming that the mobster should receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. Making the fix. With the Mafia in control of the Italian ports, the time was ripe for the implementation of Hallowell's plan for the funding of the post-war intelligence agency, a plan which relied on Luciano's network of narcotics distribution within the mean streets of inner-city America. Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrestal, OSS officials Allen Dulles and Murray Gurfein, and Lieutenant Commander Haffenden applied pressure on New York Governor Thomas E. Dewey, who as a prosecutor had brought Lucky to justice, to commute Luciano's prison sentence and deport him to Italy. Dewey complied, even though the move was unprecedented. Luciano was a U.S. citizen and not subject to deportation. But few expressed outrage when America's #1 criminal was placed aboard the Laura Clean, a 70-ton freighter, for safe passage to Naples. 3 years after the ship's departure, Forrestal, who kept a detailed record of his dealings concerning Luciano, was thrown out the window of the 16th floor of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, where he had been a patient. The Hallowell Plan also required Vito Genovese's return to the United States for the creation of a system of heroin distribution to the nightclubs of Harlem. This posed a problem since Genovese was a fugitive wanted for the murder of Ferdinand Boccia, a fellow mobster. Measures had to be taken to ensure Vito's freedom. On June 2, 1945, the day after his arrival in New York Harbor, Genovese was arraigned in court and pled not guilty. 1 week later, Peter LaTempa, a key witness for the prosecution, took some medicine for his gallstones and was found dead in his solitary cell, where he had been placed for protection. An autopsy later revealed enough poison in his system to kill 8 horses. On June 10th, Jerry Esposito, the second witness, was found shot to death beside a road in Norwood, New Jersey. All charges against Genovese were dropped. In a memo dated June 30th, 1945, Brigadier General Carter W. Clark wrote that the records regarding Genovese from military intelligence were so hot that they should be filed and no action taken. Homecoming and Havana. In the summer of 1946, Luciano arrived in his hometown of Lercara Fridi in Sicily, where he received a hero's welcome. Hundreds of people lined the streets waving small American flags. A 4-piece band played The Stars and Stripes Forever as the mayor, draped in a red sash, ushered the American mobster out of a police car. "Half the people I met in Sicily was in the Mafia," Lucky later reflected, "and by half the people I mean half the cops too. Because in Sicily it goes like this. The Mafia is first, then your own family, then your business, and then the Mafia again." In October, at the request of U.S. intelligence agents, Lucky traveled to Cuba, where he met with Frank Costello, Vito Genovese, Albert Anastasia, and Meyer Lansky to discuss the Hallowell Plan. Also in attendance were Mike Miranda, Joseph Malioco, Joe Adonis, Tommy Lucchese, Joe Profaci, Willie Moretti, the Fischetti brothers, heirs to Al Capone, and Santo Trafficante, all important members of the American Mafia. The conference was held at the Hotel Nacional, where Frank Sinatra made his Havana singing debut in honor of Luciano. Several of the mafiosi voiced their opposition to Lucky's plan by maintaining that dealing in junk was beneath them. But at the end of the conference, all became convinced that providing heroin to blacks was simply giving them what they wanted. And who cared what happened to niggers? The creation of the CIA. On September 20th, 1945, President Harry S. Truman abolished the OSS and placed its secret intelligence and counter-espionage branches under the War Department as the Strategic Services Unit, SSU. Within months, the SSU morphed into the National Intelligence Authority and the Central Intelligence Group, CIG, the precursor of the CIA. According to Richard Helms in his memoirs, General Vandenberg, the director of CIG, recruited Allen Dulles, who had returned to his law practice in New York, to draft a proposal for the shape and organization of what would become the Central Intelligence Agency from the outline Wild Bill Donovan had created. The proposal met with Truman's approval. The Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was created in 1947 under the National Security Act to carry out covert operations against hostile foreign states or groups or in support of friendly foreign states or groups, but which are so planned and conducted that any U.S. government responsibility for them is not evident to unauthorized persons. True to Wild Bill's vision, the new agency was exempt from disclosure of its organization, functions, officials, titles, salaries, or numbers of personnel employed. Even its solicitation and distribution of funds was to be concealed from congressional and judicial scrutiny. As Tom Braden, a senior CIA operational official in the early 1950s, explained, The agency never had to account for the money it spent except to the president if he wanted to know how much money it was spending. Otherwise, the funds were not only unaccountable, they were unvouchered, so there was really no means of checking them. Since the CIA was unaccountable, it could hire as many people as it wanted. It could hire armies. It could buy banks. An elite agency. President Truman authorized Dulles to supervise the organization of the new agency. In keeping with OSS protocol, Dulles recruited almost exclusively the nation's elite: millionaire businessmen, Wall Street bankers and lawyers, members of the national news media, and Ivy League scholars. The new recruits included Desmond Fitzgerald, Tracy Barnes, and Tommy the Cork Corcoran, 3 Harvard-trained Wall Street lawyers; Richard Bissell, a Yale economics professor; William F. Buckley, Jr., a Yale graduate and son of a prominent oil baron; Philip Graham, a Harvard graduate and future owner of the Washington Post; William Colby, a graduate of Princeton and the Columbia Law School; and Richard Mellon Scaife, the principal heir to the Mellon banking, oil, and aluminum fortune. Rear Admiral Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter of the ONI became the executive director of the CIA, and former OSS official and Wall Street lawyer Frank Wisner was appointed head of covert operations. The first concern of the newly created Central Intelligence Agency was funding, since it had received no allocation in the federal budget, which would be solved with the implementation of the brilliant idea of Colonel Paul E. Hallowell. The Hallowell Plan hits Harlem. During the summer of 1947, the terms of the working relationship between the CIA and the Mafia were ironed out by Frank Wisner and Angleton. Meyer Lansky and Hallowell would work in tandem to handle the financial aspect of the narcotics venture through General Development Corporation, a shell company in Miami. Angleton would handle any legal disputes between the mob and the CIA through New York lawyer Mario Brode. The 200 kilos of heroin for the test run would come from Schiaparelli, one of Italy's most respected pharmaceutical companies. The product would be shipped by the Sicilian mob in crates of oranges. Half the oranges in the crates would be made of wax and stuffed with 100 grams of pure heroin. Additional heroin would be packed in cans of sardines, wheels of Caciocavallo cheese, and barrels of olive oil. The drugs would arrive in Cuba, where the heroin would be cut in laboratories controlled by the Trafficante clan. The drugs would then be shipped to New York for distribution in the jazz clubs of Harlem. Operation X got underway at the close of the year and met with incredible success. The future of Gladio and other covert ventures was no longer in jeopardy. Hallowell's analysis had been correct. The jazz clubs were the perfect spots to peddle heroin. Soon, some of the country's leading black musicians, Billie Holiday, Theodore Fats Navarro, and Charlie Parker, became hopeless junkies, some of whom would die by overdose. Regarding this development, Harry Anslinger, then head of the Bureau of Narcotics, said, "Jazz entertainers are neither fish nor fowl. They do not get the million-dollar protection Hollywood and Broadway can afford for their stars who have become addicted, and there are many more than will ever be revealed. Perhaps this is because jazz, once considered a decadent kind of music, has only token respectability. Jazz grew up next door to crime, so to speak. Clubs of dubious reputation were, for a long time, the only places where it could be heard." Police protection. Colonel Albert Caron, a New York City policeman, served the new drug network as a bagman for the CIA, paying law enforcement officials to look the other way when drugs were being distributed in Harlem and other black communities. A made man within the Genovese crime family, Caron also collected money for drug payments and later for money to be laundered by the Vatican from Mafia families in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. In recognition of his service, the cop bagman became a Grand Knight of the Sovereign Military of Malta, which has been described as the military arm of the Holy See. Protection of the drug trade would become reflected in the fact that not one major drug bust was conducted by U.S. officials from 1947 to 1967, despite the rise in heroin addicts from 20,000 to 150,000. The success of the drug venture heightened the CIA's concern with secrecy surrounding its ties to organized crime. At the insistence of Rear Admiral Hillenkoetter, the archivists at the Office of Naval Intelligence collected and burned all records concerning Lucky Luciano, including the terms of his parole. ONI agents now insisted that Lucky provided nothing to the war effort. Anyone attempting to unearth the history of the heroin trade in America would be hard-pressed to find facts. In 1954, when William Herlens, the New York Commissioner of Investigations, launched a probe into the matter, he was told that the ONI and the CIA would consent to cooperate under 3 conditions. No classified information would be turned over. ONI and CIA officials could monitor all interviews with former agents, and the final report could not be released to the public. Red Alert. The overriding concern of the new intelligence agency was the situation in Italy, where the Italian Communist Party, Partito Comunista Italiano, or PCI, was poised to take control of the government. Between late 1943 and mid-1944, the PCI had doubled in size, and in the German-occupied northern half of the country, an extremely radical Marxist movement was gathering strength. In the winter of 1944, over 500,000 workers in Turin, waving the red flag, shut down the factories for 8 days, despite brutal Gestapo repression. The Italian underground of communist sympathizers grew to 150,000 armed men. Post-war Italy stood poised to become the first communist country in Western Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Northerners had either actively supported or actively fought for the partisan movement that had finally forced the German army out of Italy. It was the partisans who had captured Mussolini and who had hung him upside down with his mistress. It was the partisans who continued to assassinate fascists after the war ended, and it was the partisans who constituted the PCI. By 1946, the division in the country had become acute, with the people in the north wanting a communist republic and the people in the south wanting a Catholic monarchy. In Sicily, the rise of the PCI was even more disconcerting. Girolamo Licausi, the island's leading communist, stirred up the masses with his demands for the redistribution of the land's feudal holdings. His words, "We plan no Soviet rule here," did not reassure the Mafia and the propertied classes, and they revitalized the longings of the landless poor for economic reform. In 1947, support for the left, never previously strong in Sicily, skyrocketed out of nowhere. All of Italy was stunned by the provincial elections, which produced resounding victories for the Communists. With national elections in Italy scheduled for 1948, U.S. officials were faced with the specter of a coalition coming to power under Palmiro Togliatti, leader of the PCI. Togliatti had spent the war in exile in the Soviet Union. The first numbered document of the newly created CIA was a top-secret report titled "The Position of the United States with Respect to Italy." The report, which was issued on November 14, 1947, contained the following quote from a cable sent by George Kennan, director of the U.S. State Department's policy planning staff. "As far as Europe is concerned, Italy is obviously the key point. If communists were to win election there, our whole position in the Mediterranean, and possibly Western Europe as well, would probably be undermined." The dirty money. The heightened paranoia over the possibility of a PCI victory gave rise to the creation of the Office of Policy Coordination within the CIA. This office was authorized to engage in paramilitary operations as well as political and economic warfare. The authorization for such covert action, according to CIA Director Frank Wisner, was included in a catch-all clause to the National Security Act of 1947, which granted the CIA the right to engage in functions related to intelligence affecting the national security. And nothing in 1947 seemed more of a threat to the peace and stability of America and the Western world than the threat of a communist takeover in Italy. In the eyes of Wisner, Dulles, Donovan, and Angleton, the only individuals with the means to ward off this nightmare were Lucky Luciano and Don Carlo. And the new intelligence agency, thanks to Hallowell, now had ample cash to pay them. Of course, the money for the muscle could not be paid to Lucky and the Don Carlo clan directly. It had to be channeled through a financial firm that would not be subjected to scrutiny by U.S. Treasury agents, Italian bank examiners, or international fiscal monitors. Only one institution possessed such immunity, and it was located in the heart of Vatican City. Chapter 3. The Vatican Alliance. The Institute for Works of Religion, IOR, commonly referred to as the Vatican Bank, is a privately held financial institution located inside Vatican City. Founded in 1942, the IOR's role is to safeguard and administer property intended for works of religion or charity. The bank accepts deposits only from top church officials and entities, according to Italian legal scholar Settimio Caridi. It is run by a president, but overseen by 5 cardinals who report directly to the Vatican and the Vatican's Secretary of State. Because so little is known about the bank's daily operations and transactions, it has often been called the most secret bank in the world. Avi Yorish, Forbes, June 26, 2012. Created by Pope Pius XII and Bernardino Nogara on June 27, 1942, the Istituto per le Opere di Religione, IOR, commonly known as the Vatican Bank, is located within the bastion of Nicholas V, a round tower that had been constructed in 1452 to ward off the threat of a Saracen invasion. The bank remains a sovereign financial agency within a sovereign state. It is an entity unto itself, without corporate or ecclesiastical ties to any other agency of the Holy See. As such, it cannot be compelled to redress wrongs, not even the most egregious violations of international law. Nor can it be forced to release the source of any deposit. The bank resides under the direct jurisdiction of the Pope. He owns it. He controls it. Swiss guards are stationed to guard the entrance to the bank, and the hermetically sealed bronze doors open only to select members of the Roman Curia, the governing body of the entire Roman Catholic Church. Nogara, who became the first president of the IOR, initiated a process of destroying all records of the bank's transactions, including deposits and investments, on a regular basis, so that its operations remain free and clear of public and private scrutiny. Anyone seeking information regarding the dealings of the bank, even its corporate organization, discovers little more than empty file folders within the Vatican archives. The trails of paper flow among 3 separate and distinct boards of directors. One board consists of high-ranking cardinals, the second of international bankers, and the third of Vatican financial officials. But even these records cannot be subpoenaed for inspection. They remain confidential documents of the sovereign state that can only be examined by special permission from the Pope. Of course, the Holy See dutifully publishes financial reports on a yearly basis. The reports, displaying gains and losses, appear to be exhaustive. They contain meticulous records of the incomes and expenditures of every agency within the Holy See, except the IOR. The name of this agency never appears on any balance sheet. From all published reports, this ecclesiastical entity is non-existent, and the Roman Catholic Church survives solely as a hand-to-mouth institution. Investigators following the paper trail inevitably come to a dead end. All internal documents and external reports contain statements exempting the Vatican Bank, or IOR, from any ruling or standard of protocol. They are punctuated by such phrases as always leaving intact the special character of the IOR, not including the IOR, or with full respect for the juridical status of the IOR. Because of its clandestine workings, millions can be deposited into the IOR on a continuous basis and channeled into numbered Swiss bank accounts without the possibility of detection. It was the perfect place for the CIA and the Sicilian Mafia to launder their ill-gotten gains of the narcotics trade and for the Roman Church to fund its political mission. And, according to Moneyval, the Anti-Money Laundering Committee of the Council of Europe, it remains one of the world's leading laundries for dirty cash under Pope Francis. Contributions from Uncle Sam. In 1947, Pope Pius XII was more than willing to allow black money to flow through his bank. The Truman administration already had funneled more than $350 million to the Holy See for economic relief and political payments. The Pope used these funds to reactivate the Christian Democratic Party, CDP, which had been dismantled under the reign of Mussolini, and to establish 20,000 CDP cells throughout Italy. The Holy Father also obtained an additional $30 million from Truman's aid package to create Catholic Action, an organization to generate propaganda against the Communists. American Cardinal Francis Spellman was now called upon to spearhead the Vatican-sponsored campaign to encourage Italian Americans to urge their relatives in the old country to vote against Togliatti and the other communists. The fate of Italy depends upon the forthcoming election and the conflict between communism and Christianity, between slavery and freedom, Spellman wrote in a pamphlet that was distributed in Catholic parishes throughout the United States. The Cardinal also arranged to bombard Italy with radio messages from American celebrities such as Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, and Gary Cooper, urging the people to rise up in support of the Christian Democrats in order to check the growth of communism. Wild Bill's knighthood. Pius XII soon realized he would need millions more in cash from Uncle Sam, since 50% of the Italian people were now aligned with the PCI. He was no stranger to U.S. intelligence agents. At the close of the war, the Pope, along with Monsignor Giovanni Battista Montini, his Under-Secretary of State, had worked with Dulles and the OSS to create the rat lines used to help Nazis escape Europe, something he viewed as an essential means to address the threat of communism. Several prominent Nazis, including Walter Rauff, who had led an extermination unit of the SS across Italy, still remained sheltered within Vatican City, ready to join in the struggle against the Red Menace. In 1945, the Pope had held private audiences with Wild Bill Donovan to discuss the implementation of Gladio, and had decorated him as a crusader against communism with the Grand Cross of the Order of St. Sylvester, the oldest and most prestigious of papal knighthoods. Now the Holy Father remained determined to do all in his worldly power to prevent the godless forces of communism from taking control of Rome, the holy and eternal city, including the spilling of blood. Cash and candy. In the months before the 1948 national election, the CIA dumped $65 million of its black money into the Vatican Bank. Much of the cash was hand-delivered in large suitcases by members of Luciano's syndicate, including clerics with affiliations to the Sicilian Mafia. The reception of this money by the Holy See was held in strictest confidentiality. One reason for the secrecy, as Cardinal Francis Spellman of New York later revealed, was that subversive groups in the United States would grasp this as a very effective pretense for attacking the United States government for having released money to the Vatican, even though indirectly conveyed. The heroin, which remained the source for the black money, continued to be supplied to the Sicilian mob by Schiaparelli, the Italian pharmaceutical giant. The drugs were received by a chain of businesses that had been set up in Palermo by Luciano and Don Carlo. These businesses included a candy factory, which produced chocolates that were filled with neither cherries nor cream, but nuggets of 100% pure smack. Another company was a fruit export enterprise, which was of integral importance, since the drugs continued to be shipped to Cuba in crates of oranges, half of which were made of wax and stuffed with pure heroin. Trafficante and the Teamsters. In Cuba, Santo Trafficante and his family continued to cut the heroin with sugar before delivering it to distributors in New Orleans, Miami, and New York. The CIA established protected drug routes into these ports by developing close ties to the Mafia-tainted International Longshoremen's Association, which remained under the thumb of Rosario Saro Mogavero. The movement of the product throughout the country was facilitated by Jimmy Hoffa and other leaders of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters working with Mafia-owned trucking companies, including the Long Island Garment Trucking Company, which was run by John Normento. This activity was not lost on Harry Anslinger, head of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, who noted the sharp rise in the supply of heroin in African-American neighborhoods and the subsequent rise in addiction. Hearing from informants that the drugs were coming from Luciano, he sent Charles Siragusa and other BNDD agents to Sicily, where they were ordered to haunt the deported gangsters' every move. It wasn't long before the agents caught Luciano with a half-ton of heroin being readied for shipment to Havana. Siragusa pressed for an arrest, but no action was taken by the Italian government or by the U.S. State Department. Lucky's work in Sicily, the BNDD was informed, remained a matter of national security. Italian election tactics. In the closing months of 1947, hundreds of the Mafia's made men began to arrive in Italy from New York, Chicago, and Miami to aid Luciano and Don Carlo in addressing the communist problem. The CIA's black money for mob muscle was paid out by the Vatican Bank from ecclesiastical organizations, including Catholic Action. In this way, the Holy See forged an alliance with the Sicilian Mafia, an alliance that would strengthen throughout the next 3 decades. The force of the Mafia was now unleashed upon the Italian electorate. Don Carlo and an army of thugs, including Vito Genovese's cousin, Giovanni Genovese, burned down 11 communist branch offices and made 4 assassination attempts on communist leader Girolamo Licauzi. The gang, under Frank Coppola, who had been imported from Detroit by Angleton to work with Sicilian bandit Salvatore Giuliano, also opened fire on a crowd of workers celebrating May Day in Portella della Ginestra, killing 11 and wounding 57. The funds for the massacre were provided by Wild Bill Donovan through his World Commerce Corporation. One of Italy's leading labor organizers, Placido Risotto, was found dead at the bottom of a cliff, legs and arms chained and a bullet through his brain. Throughout 1948, in Sicily alone, the CIA-backed terror attacks resulted in the killing of on average 5 people a week. The Vatican Death Squad. In addition to these undertakings, Monsignor Don Giuseppe Bicchieri, acting upon papal authority, assembled a terror gang charged with the task of beating up communist candidates, smashing left-wing political gatherings, and intimidating voters. The money, guns, and jeeps for the Monsignor's terror attacks were furnished by the CIA from surplus World War II stockpiles. On Election Day, Don Carlo and his men stuffed ballot boxes and bribed voters with gifts of freshly laundered drug money, while Pope Pius remained within his chambers hunched up, almost physically overcome by the weight of his present burden, the coming election. The mob's tactics worked, and the Christian Democrats triumphantly returned to power. In his memoirs, William Colby, who would later become the director of the CIA, wrote that the Communists would have gained 60% of the vote without the agency's sabotage. Other Catholic banks. 1 year after the election, renewed fears of a communist takeover of Italy arose from Stalin's creation of the Comecon, Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the economic union of the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, and Romania, to enforce the Soviet dominion of the lesser states of Central Europe. In the face of this development, the CIA opted to extend support for the CDP in Italy and stay-behind units throughout Western Europe with billions in covert funding that could only come from the expansion of the drug trade. The CIA funds were deposited by members of Don Carlo's crime family in Catholic banks throughout Italy, including Banco Ambrosiano. These banks, thanks to the Lateran Treaty, which established Vatican City as a sovereign state, were safe from scrutiny by the Bank of Italy and Italy's Treasury Department. A henchman for Giuseppe Genco Russo, Don Carlo's immediate successor as capo, now observed, "He, Russo, is constantly in contact with priests. Priests go to his place, and he goes to the bank, which is always run by priests. The bank director is a priest. The bank has always been the priest's affair." The Vatican Desk. In 1949, Pope Pius XII issued a solemn decree which excommunicated not only the members of Holy Mother Church who joined or favored the Communist Party, but also all Catholics who read, published, or disseminated any printed material that upheld communist ideology. In an internal memo, the CIA provided the following analysis of the Pope's action. By this action, the two most powerful organizations for moving men to act on behalf of a doctrine are brought into open and basic conflict. The possible long-range ramifications of this conflict cannot be easily or comprehensively defined. The decree will be a very powerful factor in the East-West struggle. In Eastern Europe, it implies a struggle to the bitter end. In many other areas of the world, the decree will exert a powerful and prolonged indirect pressure on both policy and action. Communist governments and communists generally will have to accept the issue as now posed. Although the communist governments would obviously have preferred to carry on their anti-church campaign at their own pace, the power of decision has now been taken from them. The conflict can be pressed on them with a speed and comprehensiveness that may well affect the satisfactory development of other communist policies. Fearful that the decree might be insufficient to crush the forces of godlessness, Pius XII continued to tighten his ties with the CIA into a Gordian knot that no one could unravel. The CDP continued to receive more than $20 million in annual aid from the CIA, and in return the CIA established a Vatican desk under Angleton. The Vatican desk reviewed all of the intelligence reports that were sent to the Holy See from papal nuncios, diplomats who were stationed behind the Iron Curtain. During the early years of the Cold War, this became one of the only means for the agency to penetrate the Eastern Bloc. Strategies between the CIA and the Church were drafted to undermine left-wing movements throughout Europe and South America. The affairs of politically suspect members of the Curia were monitored by moles. The actions of progressive priests, particularly in Latin America, were thwarted by strong-arm techniques. The Knights of Malta. Angleton swore his allegiance to Holy Mother Church and became a Knight of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM, the legendary ecclesiastical society dating back to the Crusades. Other spooks were also knighted, including William Casey, William Colby, and John McCone, who were all future CIA directors. General Vernon Walters, who would become the deputy director of the CIA under George H.W. Bush, Albert Caron, mentioned in the previous chapter, CIA Special Agent William F. Buckley, who would become the owner and publisher of National Review, Frank Shakespeare, the director of CIA media outlets Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, NATO General and future Secretary of State Alexander Haig, and Wild Bill Donovan. An SMOM knight of particular interest was General Reinhard Gehlen, who had served as Hitler's intelligence chief for the Eastern Front during World War II. In 1945, Gehlen had been asked by the OSS to set up stay-behind units made up of fellow Nazis to spy on the Soviet Union. The units, known as the Gehlen Organization, eventually transformed into the Bundesnachrichtendienst, or BND, under Chancellor Konrad Adenauer in 1956. Much of the business between the CIA and the Vatican began to be conducted at the annual gatherings of the SMOM in Rome and New York. Cardinal Francis Spellman presided over the proceedings and sanctioned future strategies against the communist forces in Europe in the name of the Pope. Since the Vatican played such an essential part in Gladio, William Colby, the CIA station chief in Rome, had microphones planted throughout the papal apartments so the agency could monitor the Pope's conversations and those of his staff. This snooping would persist until 1984. The Vatican now became a principal depository not only for black funds but also top-secret documents, including CIA files relating to the development of nuclear weapons. One of these documents, never declassified, surfaced in 2006 during the process of discovery in Alperin versus Vatican Bank, a class action suit by Holocaust survivors who claimed the IOR was the repository of gold that had been stolen from them by the Nazi Croatian government. The stumbling block. The Hallowell Plan had been implemented. The Mafia connection had been made. The alliance with the Vatican had been forged. But there was a problem. Schiaparelli could no longer meet the agency's increased demand for heroin. The pharmaceutical giant was extended to the limit by providing annual shipments of 200 kilos to the makeshift laboratories of Luciano and Don Carlo. The Sicilian Syndicate and the CIA would have to establish their own drug route in order to meet the current needs and also to develop new markets throughout Europe and the United States. The Sicilians would also have to secure proper facilities and trained scientists to refine the raw product. The heroin that came from the Schiaparelli laboratories was 100% pure and only requiring cutting and packaging. Sources for opium had to be found. The raw product had to be refined into purified No. 4 heroin, and new markets in the United States had to be developed. Otherwise, the Cold War could be lost. Chapter 4. The Drug Network. The CIA's involvement in the trafficking of heroin, goes all the way back to the predecessor organization OSS and its involvement with the Italian Mafia, the Cosa Nostra in Sicily and southern Italy. Later on, when they were fighting communists in France, and that they got in tight with the Corsican Brotherhood. The Corsican Brotherhood, of course, were big dope dealers. As things changed in the world, the CIA got involved with the Kuomintang types in Burma, who were drug runners because they were resisting the drift towards communism there. The same thing happened in Southeast Asia, later in Latin America. Some of the very people who are the best sources of information, who are capable of accomplishing things and the like, happen to be the criminal element. Victor Marchetti, the CIA, and the Cult of Intelligence. The process of producing heroin begins when the petals fall from the poppies, exposing egg-shaped seed pods. The pods are sliced vertically to extract the opaque, milky sap that is opium in its crudest form. After it darkens and thickens, the extracted sap is compacted into bricks of opium gum and transported to laboratories, where it is mixed with lime in huge vats of boiling water. The waste precipitate sinks to the bottom, while the white morphine rises to the top. The morphine is skimmed from the water, reheated with ammonia, filtered, and boiled again until it becomes reduced to a brown paste. The paste is poured into molds and dried in the sun. The finished product is reheated in vats and processed with acetic anhydride in glass containers for 6 hours to form diacetyl morphine. The solution is drained and sodium carbonate is added to make the heroin solidify and sink. The heroin becomes further refined by filtering it from the sodium carbonate solution through activated charcoal and purifying it with alcohol. The product is then reheated to evaporate the alcohol. Next comes the tricky part, the part that the Sicilians in their makeshift facilities were unable to master. The heroin is mixed with ether or hydrochloric acid, a process that can produce a violent explosion if not conducted with scientific precision. The end product is No. 4 heroin, a fluffy white powder usually shipped in 100-kilo packages. Corsican chemistry. Unlike the Sicilian branch of the Mafia, the Corsican Mafia had gained mastery of this process through years of working among Cambodian, Laotian, and Vietnamese technicians in French Indochina. In 1949, the CIA and the Luciano Syndicate sorely needed the talents of the Corsicans for the creation of a new narcotics network. But the labor unions in Marseille, where the heroin laboratories were located, remained controlled by communists, who refused to load and unload ships coming from French Indochina, where the rebel army of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, a force that would morph into the Viet Cong, was fighting for independence from the French Union. Ho Chi Minh, the leader of the rebels, had helped found the French Communist Party and was a popular hero in France among leftist workers, especially in Marseille with its high number of Indochinese residents. On February 3, 1947, the Communist Socialist Labor Coalition, Confédération Générale du Travail, convened a meeting of the Marseille dock workers that resulted in the publication of a manifesto demanding all unions launch the most effective means possible against the war in Vietnam: a strike. The plans to transform the French port city of Marseille into the center of the heroin industry came to a screeching halt. The strike breakers. To break the strike, Lucky Luciano made contact with Antoine and Bartolomé Guerini, the leaders of the Corsican Mafia, who initiated a series of attacks against the strikers and labor leaders. The attacks, funded by the CIA, continued until 1950, when the Guerinis finally gained complete control of the waterfront. CIA operative Thomas Braden later recalled how he had dealt with the Marseille situation. On the desk, in front of me, as I write these lines, is a creased and faded yellow paper. It bears the inscription in pencil, "Received from Warren G. Haskins, $15,000. Signed, Norris A. Grambo." I went in search of this paper on the day the newspapers disclosed the scandal of the Central Intelligence Agency's connections with American students and labor leaders. It was a wistful search, and when it ended I found myself feeling sad. For I was Warren G. Haskins. Norris A. Grambo was Irving Brown of the American Federation of Labor. The $15,000 was from the vaults of the CIA, and the yellow paper is the last memento I possess of a vast and secret operation. It was my idea to give $15,000 to Irving Brown. He needed it to pay off his strong-arm squads in the Mediterranean ports so that American supplies could be unloaded against the opposition of communist dock workers. Thanks to the CIA's assistance, Marseille now became the new center of the heroin industry. By 1951, only months after the Corsican and Sicilian mafias took control of the waterfront, the Guerinis recruited a host of French chemists and opened their first opium refineries. The French connection to the Sicilian clan of Don Carlo and the American crime family of Lucky Luciano had been established. The Turkish route. Production was one problem. Supply was another. The new heroin network needed the services of a narcotics broker. The leading opium broker within the Anatolian plains of Turkey was Sami El-Khoury, a slick Syrian opium merchant who had become the leading supplier of opium paste to the Middle East. Lucky Luciano met with El-Khoury as soon as the strike was settled and forged a business relationship that would immediately begin flowing millions of kilos of raw opium from Turkey into Beirut, where it was manufactured into morphine base. El-Khoury secured the route by paying off Lebanese police and customs agents with Luciano's cash. From Lebanon, the base was transported to the new laboratories in Marseille. From the French port, the heroin was shipped on freighters to Cuba under CIA protection. Throughout his career, El-Khoury remained under the care and protection of the CIA. He was collared several times during major drug busts, some involving more than 600 pounds of heroin, but served less than 4 months in prison. In 1998, Dennis Dale, former chief of an elite DEA unit, confided that El Khoury had been an employee of the agency. In my 30-year career in the Drug Enforcement Administration and related agencies, Dale said, the major targets of my investigations almost invariably turned out to be working for the CIA. The Southeast Asian route. As the opium began to flow from Turkey, the CIA worked with General Chiang Kai-shek and his Kuomintang, KMT Army, to create a supplemental drug route that would lead from Burma to Marseille. By 1950, thousands of General Chiang's troops had been driven into the Shan states of Burma by the communist forces of Mao Zedong. The troops were mostly members of a Muslim minority known as the Haw, who were born and bred in southwestern Yunnan, an area dominated by the opium trade. With the hope that the reconstituted KMT, now known as the 93rd Division, still might mount an invasion of China to aid in the Korean conflict by creating a new front, the CIA provided for all the immediate needs of the exiled army. It was an expensive undertaking that could only be offset by cultivation of poppy fields within the mountainous regions of northern Burma and northeastern Laos. By 1951, the CIA began supplying arms and material to the KMT troops engaged in opium cultivation. This venture, known as Operation Paper, became the second example of the CIA conducting off-the-books foreign policy with assets of which the American people and most elected officials remained completely unaware. The decisions concerning this policy were made within the Office of Policy Coordination by a very small group of elite intelligence officials whose parameters remained undefined. The Office of Policy Coordination would grow into the so-called military-industrial complex, which would rely on privatized military and intelligence contractors, international bankers, and even Washington's most highly organized lobbyists. The World Commerce Corporation. To expedite the arms for drugs venture in the Far East, Wild Bill Donovan resigned from the military to form the World Commerce Corporation, WCC, with a small group of very wealthy friends, including Nelson Rockefeller, Joseph C. Grew, nephew of J.P. Morgan, Alfred DuPont, and Charles Jocelyn Hambro of the Hambros Bank. The firm, which was registered in Panama, employed mob figure Sonny Fasoulis, an international arms dealer, to provide services to General Chiang's National Army. The primary function of the WCC was to buy and sell surplus U.S. weapons and munitions to foreign underworld groups, including the KMT and the Italian mafias. In exchange for the arms, the KMT provided the opium required to create the CIA as the U.S. post-war intelligence agency. The opium was flown from the mountains of Burma and Laos by civil air transport to Bangkok, where the planes were emptied and loaded with weapons for the return flight to the poppy fields. In Bangkok, General Pao Sriananda, Director General of Thailand's National Police, employed his officers to load the product on the freighters of a mysterious shipping company called Sea Supply Incorporated, a CIA front run by Paul Hellawell, who now served at the Burmese consulate in Miami. In 1954, British customs in Singapore stated that Bangkok had become the major center for opium trafficking in Southeast Asia. The drug trade became so lucrative that Thailand abandoned the anti-opium campaign it had launched in 1948. Intelligence subculture. General Pao developed a close friendship with Donovan, who had been appointed U.S. ambassador to Thailand. Indeed, Wild Bill became so enthralled with Pao that he nominated the Thai general for a Legion of Merit award. Although he did not win the award, Pao, by 1953, had received $35 million in aid from the CIA, including gifts of several naval vessels and cargo planes used to transport drugs to Hong Kong, Singapore, and Marseille. These were given with the expectation that the KMT would launch guerrilla raids into China. The WCC and Sea Supply, like Civil Air Transport, CAT, emerged from a subculture within the intelligence community of extremely wealthy and well-connected lawyers and businessmen who, at the time, were not part of any official government agency. This subculture would eventually give rise to a network of banks, including the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, and proprietary businesses, including the American International Group of CV Star, which were created to support and conceal the flow of money from the heroin trade. Cardinal Spellman's endorsement. By 1958, the opium trade in Southeast Asia became so brisk that a second drug supply line was established by the CIA. This route ran from dirt airstrips within the Annamite Mountains of Laos to Saigon's International Airport for transshipment to Europe and the United States. In addition to CAT, the CIA contracted the services of small Corsican airplanes for this transport. The Saigon drop would have been impossible without the cooperation of Ngo Dinh Diem, the president of South Vietnam, and Diem's brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu, who served as his chief advisor. Diem, a devout Roman Catholic, had been instructed by the Pope to cooperate with the strategies of the U.S. government to thwart the gains of Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese. The cooperation was deemed so important by the Vatican that Cardinal Francis Spellman of New York formed a pro-Diem lobby in Washington. Through speeches and pamphlets, Spellman presented the people of Vietnam as a terrified throng, cowering before the cruel and bloodthirsty Viet Minh, the Vietnamese Independence Coalition led by Ho Chi Minh, to the God-fearing Diem for salvation. Such tactics raised the ire of British writer Graham Greene, himself a devout Catholic, who dispatched the following from Saigon to London's Sunday Times. It is Catholicism which has helped ruin the government of Mr. Diem, for his genuine piety has been exploited by his American advisers, until the Church is in danger of sharing the unpopularity of the United States. An unfortunate visit by Cardinal Spellman has been followed by those of Cardinal Gilroy and the Archbishop of Canberra. Great sums are spent on organizing demonstrations for the visitors, and an impression is given that the Catholic Church is occidental and an ally of the United States in the Cold War. On rare occasions when Mr. Diem has visited areas formerly held by the Viet Minh, there has been a priest at his side, and usually an American one. The CIA provided millions in covert funding for Diem and his brother to expand the scope of their intelligence work and the extent of their political repression of the Vietnamese people. The support continued even after the corrupt Diem, whose government descended into chaos, was driven from office by a CIA-supported military junta in 1963. Saigon was now a city of strategic importance. False flags and media control. As the Western world became increasingly inundated with heroin, the CIA, through spokesmen such as George White of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBN, placed the blame on Chairman Mao and the People's Republic of China, who were accused of orchestrating the movement of between 200 and 400 tons of opium per year from Yunnan to Bangkok. The agency also presented General Pao, the linchpin in the Asian drug connection, as America's best hope in combating this drug menace. Such reports represented the first unfurling of a CIA false flag. Knowing the importance of issuing such false reports, the CIA, under Allen Dulles, initiated Operation Mockingbird in 1953. This operation involved recruiting leading journalists and editors to fabricate stories and create smokescreens in order to cast the agency's agenda in a positive light. Among the news executives taking part were William Paley of the Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS, Henry Luce of Time Incorporated, Arthur Hayes Sulzberger of the New York Times, Barry Bingham Sr. of the Louisville Courier-Journal, and James Copley of Copley Press. Entire news organizations eventually became part of Mockingbird, including the American Broadcasting Company, ABC, the National Broadcasting Company, NBC, the Associated Press, United Press International, Reuters, Hearst Newspapers, Scripps Howard, Newsweek, the Mutual Broadcasting System, the Miami Herald, the Saturday Evening Post, and the New York Herald Tribune. With over 400 journalists now involved, along with mainstream news outlets, the agency could operate without fear of exposure. The Catholic Connection. To aid in the process of washing the billions from the heroin trade, the CIA worked in tandem with Henry Manfredi, who established the FBN's first overseas operation in Rome in 1951. Manfredi had established close ties to Monsignor Giovanni Battista Montini, then the Vatican Under-Secretary of State and later Pope Paul VI. Through Montini, the FBN arranged to divert the flow of cash, at first through the Merrill Lynch brokerage house, and eventually through a host of parochial banks in Italy, before it finally arrived at the IOR. The transactions were supervised by Massimo Spada, a senior official at the Vatican Bank. Spada, a Knight of Malta, chaired or served on the boards of the astonishing array of companies owned by the Holy See, including Società Italiana per il Gas, Italy's central source of natural gas, Riunione Adriatica di Sicurezza Insurance Company, Istituto Bancario Italiano, Credito Commerciale di Cremona, Banca Privata Finanziaria, Banca Cattolica del Veneto, and Finsider, a conglomerate that owned the Italia Shipping Line, Alitalia Airlines, Alfa Romeo, and Italy's telephone system, along with producing 90% of Italy's steel. For assistance in managing the billions, Spada turned to tax attorney Michele Sindona, a leading figure in the Sicilian Mafia. Presenting Sindona. A peasant from Patti, Sicily, Sindona earned his degree in tax law from the University of Messina in 1942. Following the Allied invasion, he abandoned his practice to become a leading figure in the black market, delivering lemons to the rural areas of central Sicily and trading them for wheat and other commodities that were in short supply in Palermo and Messina. This venture required the protection of the Mafia, which controlled the produce industry and the border guards. Through the intervention of the Bishop of Patti, who had close ties to Vito Genovese, Sindona was able to gain this protection. The bishop used his influence with the Sicilian dons and U.S. military officials to provide Sindona with fresh produce, forged papers, and safe passage through the country. Sindona used a portion of his profits to purchase arms from the Allied military government, which he then provided to Salvatore Giuliano and other members of the movement for the independence of Sicily. By the end of the war, Sindona had become a respected member of the Luciano Don Carlo crime family and one of the Sicilian Mafia's leading financial advisors. Between 1952 and 1955, he spent a considerable amount of time in New York, acting as Luciano's emissary to Vito Genovese. By 1955, he had also become a CIA operative, providing a steady flow of black funds to leading Catholic dignitaries, including Giovanni Montini, who had by now been appointed Archbishop of Milan. Montini, in turn, introduced the ambitious young lawyer to Massimo Spada. Sindona now formed an integral part of the nexus between the CIA, the mob, and the Vatican, and he would come to play a crucial part in a chain of events that would result in the toppling of governments, wholesale slaughter, and widespread financial devastation. Chapter 5. The Secret Society. The faithful who enroll in Masonic associations are in a state of grave sin and may not receive Holy Communion. Declaration on Masonic Associations, the Sacred Congregation of the Faith, November 26, 1983. Throughout the 1950s, hundreds of Italian clerics and members of the Church's black nobility joined the Mafia in support of Operation Gladio. Paolo Taviani, one of the founders of the Christian Democratic Party and the country's new Minister of Defense, became one of the commanders of the 622 stay-behind units in Italy. Each unit consisted of 12 to 15 troops, all of which were trained by U.S. and British forces at the Capo Marargiu base on the northern tip of Sardinia. The units established 139 arms caches, mostly in northeast Italy near the Gorizia Gap, through which any Soviet invasion was expected to come. By 1955, ecclesiastical units of the stay-behind operation, known as Catholic Gladio, popped up in Friuli Venezia Giulia, a region of Italy bordering the communist bloc. Cardinal Giuseppe Siri and the Italian Episcopal Conference supervised its establishment. The Catholic units were led by Agustin Bea, rector of the Pontifical Biblical Institute, Agostino Casaroli, his privy chamberlain, and Fiorenzo Angelini, master of pontifical ceremonies. These three clerics, who had been dispatched by the Holy Father, were soon joined by Michele Giordano, a diocesan assistant of Catholic Action. All four prelates eventually were elevated to the College of Cardinals for their work in the clandestine undertaking. Leading lay figures of the Catholic nobility also became prominent in Catholic Gladio, including Giulio Andreotti, a co-founder of the Christian Democratic Party, and Umberto Ortolani, the secret chamberlain of the papal household and member of the inner circle of the Knights of Malta. Thousands of priests and bishops were now trained not only for the ideological war against communism, but also for actual combat in case the Cold War became hot. So many ethnic Slovenes with leftist leanings were terrorized by the antics of Catholic Gladio troops that two-thirds of them moved to more hospitable locations. Throughout the 1950s, money for the activities of Catholic Gladio was provided by the CIA, which annually allocated $30 to $50 million to covert operations in Italy. These funds were not only washed by the Vatican, but also funneled by the Pope to groups and organizations that met with his approval. Former CIA agent Victor Marchetti later testified, "In the 1950s and the 1960s, the CIA gave economic support to many activities promoted by the Catholic Church, from orphanages to missions. Millions of dollars each year were given to a great number of bishops and monsignors. One of them was Cardinal Giovanni Battista Montini, who became Pope Paul VI. Birth of P2. To protect the clandestine nature of Catholic Gladio and the other stay-behind units, meetings of the anti-communist forces were conducted in Masonic lodges. Eventually, several stay-behind units in Italy evolved into covert Masonic organizations. One such unit became known as Propaganda Due, or P2. The name P2 was derived from Propaganda Masonica, a lodge formed in 1877 by members of the Piedmont nobility in Turin. This lodge was distinctly different than most, since many of its members were mafiosi and military officers, who were more concerned about political beliefs than other Masons. Initiates who entered Propaganda Masonica were threatened with certain and violent death if they revealed any of the society's secrets. The presence of the Mafia among the lodge members guaranteed that this demand for omerta was not an idle threat. In 1924, Freemasonry in Italy was outlawed by Mussolini as politically subversive, and the Propaganda Massonica shut its doors and rolled up its ledgers. The revitalization of the lodge as Propaganda Due, or P2, met with the full approval of Allen Dulles, the CIA director and a 33rd-degree Mason, who realized that the split in the Italian Socialist Party, resulting in the creation of the Italian Social Democratic Party, was entirely provoked by Freemasons in the United States and Italy through orchestrated infiltration. The anti-communist animus within the Grand Orient of Italy, the organization that governed the lodges, pulled Italian Freemasonry to the right. In the 1950s, the lodges were able to provide ex-fascists with democratic cover and also gave them contacts in the American Masons who were ready to raise funds to address the Red Menace. Giordano Gambarini, the Grand Master of Italian Masons and a CIA operative, became known as the traveling salesman of anti-communism. Thanks in part to his efforts, lodges popped up on NATO bases throughout the country, beginning with the Benjamin Franklin, which was established on July 25, 1959. The Blind Eye. Pius XII, by his silence, appeared to endorse the rise of Freemasonry in post-war Italy. This tacit approval was stunning since the Roman Catholic Church had condemned Freemasonry and banned its members from participating in Masonic rites under threat of excommunication. The dangerous errors of this fraternal organization had been set forth as follows. God, as described in Masonic works, is an impersonal great architect of the universe, not the personal God of the patriarchs, the one true God of revelation, the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Masonic writings specifically deny that God has revealed himself and his truths to us, or that he ever established a church. In Masonry, Jesus Christ is portrayed as merely a man, a great teacher, on a par with Buddha or Mohammed, and his divinity is denied. The Trinity is denied and compared to the Trinitiesi of pagan religions. Christianity is considered a derivative of ancient pagan religions and, like all religions, deliberately ladens itself with error. God is portrayed as a deceiver who leads many men away from truth, as not all are worthy of it. All truth is relative according to Masonry, thereby rejecting objective absolute truth and therefore the dogmas of the Catholic faith. Freemasonry is portrayed as the foundation of all religion, and it is built on naturalism, a system of belief that makes human nature and human reason supreme in all things. At the various degrees when an oath is sworn, even the initial ones, it is a blood oath swearing, for example, binding myself by no less penalty than that of having my throat cut from ear to ear, my tongue torn out by its roots, and buried in the sands of the sea. But such teachings suddenly paled in importance before the rise of Marxist doctrine. Mafia Masons. Propaganda Due also became a magnet for the Mafia, since both the Mafia and the Freemasons were secret societies that had been banned by the fascists. Cesare Mori, whom Mussolini placed in charge of eradicating the Mafia, employed a means of interrogation known as the cassetta. By this technique, a suspect was tied to a wooden crate, whipped with a leather lash that had been soaked in salt water, and shocked with a cattle prod while his genitals were squeezed in a vice. Hundreds of Mafia leaders, or reprobates as Mori called them, were tracked down and subjugated to this means of torture. At the close of World War II, prominent men of respect, including Salvatore Greco, the engineer, and Antonio Cotone, leader of the Mafia of the Gardens, which was responsible for the fruit markets and citrus growers, became active in Masonic lodges. The soldiers in the service of such dons closed ranks by submitting to Masonic initiation. By 1955, the Grand Orient of Italy could boast of such mafiosi masons as Antonino Nino Salvo, Pino Mandalari, master accountant for the Sicilian clans, and Giuseppe Pippo Calderone. Over the next 2 decades, 2,411 members of the Mafia took orders within Sicily's 113 lodges. Concerning this development, Sicilian mobster Leonardo Messina said, "Many uomini d'onore, men of honor, in particular, those who succeed in becoming Mafia bosses, belong to the Freemasonry because it is in the Freemasonry that they can have total relationships with the entrepreneurs and with institutions." By 1960, the 'Ndrangheta, a branch of the Mafia whose criminal activities came to count for 3% of Italy's GDP, had opened their own Masonic lodge in the tiny Calabrian town of Rocella under Baron Pasquale Placido, a local aristocrat. This lodge would eventually unite with P2 in an attempt to overthrow the Italian government. Catholic Masons. By 1965, the membership roll of P2 contained the names of many ecclesiastical dignitaries, including Alberto Alblondi, Bishop of Livorno; Monsignor Gottardi Alessandro, President of Fratelli Maristi; Cardinal Agustin Bea, the Vatican Secretary of State; Salvatore Baldassari, Bishop of Ravenna; Bishop Annibale Bugnini, Secretary to the Commission on Liturgical Reform; Monsignor Agostino Cacciavillan, later a cardinal, Secretary of the Nuncio to the Philippines and Spain; Monsignor Umberto Camelli, Director of the Office of Ecclesiastical Affairs in Italy; Agostino Casaroli, later a cardinal, Under-Secretary of the Sacred Congregation for Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs; Bishop Fiorenzo Angelini, Vicar General of Roman Hospitals; Father Carlo Graziani, Rector of the Vatican Minor Seminary; Father Angelo Lanzoni, Chief of the Office of Vatican Secretary of State; Virgilio Levi, Assistant Director of the Vatican newspaper L'Osservatore Romano; Cardinal Achille Liénard, Bishop of Lille and Grand Master of Masonic Lodges; Bishop Pasquale Macchi, Pope Paul VI Private Secretary; Monsignor Francesco Marquisano, later a cardinal, Prelate of Honor of the Pope and Secretary for Seminaries and Universities; Abbot Salvatore Marsili, Head of the Order of St. Benedict of Finalpia; Bishop Marcello Morgante, later a cardinal, Spiritual Head of Ascoli Piceno in East Italy; Bishop Virgilio Noe, later a cardinal, Head of the Sacred Congregation of Divine Worship; Vittore Palestra, Legal Counsel of the Sacred Rota of the Vatican State; Archbishop Michele Pellegrino, later a cardinal, Spiritual Head of Turin; Father Florenzo Romita, member of the Sacred Congregation of the Clergy; Father Pietro Santini, Vice Official of the Vicar of Rome; Monsignor Domenico Semproni, member of the Tribunal of the Vicariate of the Vatican; Bishop Dino Trabalzini, Bishop of Rieti and Auxiliary Bishop of Southern Rome; Father Vittorio Trocchi, Secretary for the Catholic laity in the Consistory of the Vatican State Consultations; Father Roberto Tucci, later a cardinal, Director General of Vatican Radio; and Cardinal Jean-Marie Viau, Secretary of State under Paul VI. Over the next decade, scores of additional Vatican officials, including cardinals, Roman Catholic hierarchs, and prominent bishops and archbishops, would become members of Masonic lodges, many with ties to P2. It is difficult to believe that the Supreme Pontiffs, Pius XII, John XXIII, Paul VI, John Paul I, John Paul II, and Benedict XVI, were blissfully unaware that so many of the Church's dignitaries were practicing Freemasons. And it remains equally mind-boggling that the pontiffs elevated these clerics to loftier positions upon learning of their membership in P2 and other Masonic lodges. As it transformed into one of the world's richest and most powerful institutions, the Roman Catholic Church shed many of its long-held doctrines for the sake of political expediency and financial gain, including the condemnations of Freemasonry and usury. This transformation crystallized with the Pope's embrace of Licio Gelli, an avowed atheist and the Grand Master of P2, who became a Knight of Malta, one of the favored sons of Holy Mother Church. Gladio exposed. By 1963, when Licio Gelli became a Freemason and Giovanni Battista Montini became Paul VI, Gladio was no longer a clandestine operation. Information about the project had surfaced almost as soon as the secret armies were established. In June 1947, Édouard Depreux, France's Socialist Minister of Interior, announced to the press, "Toward the end of last year, we uncovered the existence of a black resistance movement, composed of resistance fighters of the far right, Vichy collaborators, and monarchists. They had devised a secret attack called Plan Bleu, which should have gone into action either by the end of July or on August 6, 1947. Depreux's remarks created a public outcry, and the secret army was dismantled, only to be reassembled within the year by Henri Alexis Ribière, the head of Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage, SDECE, France's military secret service. The Austrian Sports Club. In 1947, Theodor Socek and Dr. Hugo Rosner were arrested in Vienna when the Austrian police discovered that they had recruited a secret army of former Nazi soldiers and right-wing partisans to prepare for a Soviet invasion, and had amassed a cache of sophisticated weapons that included German rocket artillery. In court, prosecutors argued that Socek and Rosner had concocted plans to attack and kill members of the Communist Party of Austria, Kommunistische Partei Österreichs. Instead of refuting this allegation, the two men presented themselves as defenders of the homeland and maintained that their efforts were funded by the newly created CIA. The realization that a covert army, funded by a foreign government, was operating on Austrian soil sent shockwaves throughout the country. Socek and Rosner were convicted of sedition and sentenced to death in 1949. However, after serving a short stint in prison, they were pardoned by Austrian Chancellor Theodor Körner without reason or explanation. By 1950, Franz Olah, a member of the Austrian Parliament, had regrouped the covert unit under the code name Österreichischer Wandersport- und Gelegenheitsverein, Austrian Hiking, Sports and Society Club, with funding from the CIA. "We bought cars under this name," Olah later said, and installed communication centers in several regions of Austria. He added that the army of a couple of thousand people was trained in the use of weapons and plastic explosives. Otto's outburst. The presence of Gladio in Germany came to light in 1952, when Hans Otto, a former SS officer, walked into a police station in Frankfurt and announced that he belonged to a political resistance group, the task of which was to carry out sabotage activities and blow up bridges in case of a Soviet invasion. He said that, although the initiative was made up of former Nazis, new recruits were not expected to espouse neo-fascist beliefs, but only to manifest a deep-seated hatred of communism. Otto added that the unit, which bore the name Technischer Dienst des Bundes Deutscher Jugend, TD-BDJ, the technical service branch of the League of German Youth, had amassed a blacklist of hundreds of leftists who were to be assassinated in case of emergency. Upon questioning, Otto told the Hessian authorities that the TD-BDJ received millions in funding from an American citizen named Sterling Garwood, whom he identified as an agent of the CIA. He further said that the unit had been organized by Nazi General Reinhard Gehlen, who remained sheltered within Vatican City. Georg August Zinn, the Hessen prime minister, became so alarmed by Otto's testimony that he ordered the arrest of 100 members of the TD-BDJ and called for a full-scale investigation of the resistance group. Zinn's request was denied by the Bundesgerichtshof, the country's highest court, located in Karlsruhe in southwest Germany, and all members of the secret army were released without comment. Baffled by the High Court's decision, the Prime Minister said, "The only legal explanation for these releases can be that the people of Karlsruhe declared they acted upon American direction." Sweden's secret army. In 1953, additional information about Gladio surfaced in Sweden with the arrest of Otto Hallberg, a notorious racist and former SS commander, on charges of promoting terrorism. Hallberg openly admitted that he was the leader of a covert army named Sveaborg that had been created by U.S. intelligence officers to ward off any Soviet plans for the annexation of Scandinavia. Relaxed and confident, the former Nazi commander rightfully predicted that any investigation into his unit and any police charges raised against him would be squashed by higher authorities, since no Swedish official wanted news to surface concerning the extent to which the Swedish government remained under the direct sway of the CIA and NATO. Gladio's first coup. In 1960, the Gladio operation turned strategic when the Turkish stay-behind unit, known as counter-guerrilla, joined with the military to stage a coup d'etat against the government of Prime Minister Adnan Menderes. Menderes, who was planning a visit to Moscow to secure economic aid, was cast into prison, put on trial by a hastily assembled court, and executed on the island of Imrali. After civilian rule was restored by a democratic election, Colonel Alparslan Türkeş, one of the leaders of the uprising, formed the Nationalist Action Party and its paramilitary youth group, the Grey Wolves, with CIA funds. The new party espoused a fanatical pan-Turkish ideology that called for reclaiming large sections of the Soviet Union under the flag of a reborn Turkish empire. The Pink Pope. But Italy remained the center of attention for Gladio officials as the PCI re-emerged from its years of domination by the Christian Democrats to make monumental gains among the populace. By the early 1960s, the Italian Communist Party boasted a membership of 1,350,000, making it once again the largest communist party in the free world. Most alarming for Gladio, the party began to receive annual support from the Soviet Union that fluctuated in amount from $40 to $50 million. Yet the Vatican under Pope John XXIII, the successor to Pius XII, failed to condemn this development. Instead, the new pope issued an encyclical, Pacem in Terris, an official letter from the pope to the bishops titled Peace on Earth, which represented an attempt at rapprochement between Catholicism and communism. In addition, John came to develop a fondness for Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, with whom he held a private audience. In May 1963, John McCone, director of the CIA and a Knight of Malta, received a memorandum from James Spain, of the agency's Office of National Estimates, on the ramifications of Pope John's policies. "There is no doubt," wrote Spain in a 15-page memo, "that vigorous new currents are flowing in virtually every phase of the Church's thinking and activities. This has resulted in a new approach toward Italian politics, which is permissive rather than positive." When Spain visited the Vatican, posing as a visiting scholar on a foreign affairs grant, he voiced his concerns about major gains made by the Italian left, including the PCI, in the 1963 election. Many members of the Curia felt the left's success was attributable to Pope John's conciliatory attitude toward the communists. This was the first election in which the Christian Democrats were not officially endorsed by the Italian Bishops' Conference. John XXIII insisted upon maintaining a neutral stance in order not to jeopardize his Soviet initiative. Learning a lesson. As author Martin A. Lee wrote, Director McCone now took a personal as well as professional interest in the Vatican situation. Thomas Calamasinus, the station chief in Rome, was instructed to raise the priority of the Vatican spying operation. But the CIA ran into a snag when it learned that some of its best contacts, for example, the conservative prelates who held key posts in the Extraordinary Affairs section of the Papal Secretariat, were shut out by John XXIII's tendency to circumvent his own bureaucracy when dealing with the Kremlin. The Pope evidently feared that his diplomatic efforts might be sabotaged by some Machiavellian Monsignor. For this reason, he pursued his goal outside the normal channels of the Curia. A small group of trusted collaborators served as couriers for the Pope, who rarely used the telephone to speak with anyone outside the Vatican for fear that the line might be tapped. When John XXIII died of stomach cancer on June 3, 1963, the CIA under McCone became intent upon influencing the outcome of the conclave so that another pink pope would not ascend to the throne of St. Peter. The agency's favored candidate was Cardinal Giovanni Battista Montini, the former Bishop of Milan, whose father had been the director of Catholic Action and a member of the Italian Parliament. The rigged papal election. Montini was an ardent supporter of Catholic Gladio. He had served the OSS during World War II in the so-called vessel operation and had received millions in black funds from the CIA for his charitable work as the Archbishop of Milan. The relationship between Montini and the U.S. intelligence community was so close that his ascendancy to the See of St. Peter may have been rigged. Time correspondent Roland Flamini uncovered evidence that showed CIA officials were able to confirm the election of Montini in advance of a puff of white smoke emanating from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, and expressed their pleasure that the conclave had proceeded according to plan. One of Montini's first acts as Pope Paul VI was the appointment of Gelli as Equitem Ordinis Sancti Silvestri Papae, a knight in the Order of St. Sylvester, one of Catholicism's highest awards. The knighting was extraordinary, since Gelli remained an avowed atheist who had never performed an act in the service of Holy Mother Church. Nevertheless, the ceremony was of profound significance to Gladio operatives, since it served to confirm the close ties between the Vatican and P2, as well as the Holy See's reliance on Gelli and other CIA agents to maintain its privileged place of power and independence within Italy. The Rat King. The son of a Tuscan miller, Gelli was born in Pistoria on April 21, 1919. At the age of 17, he enrolled as a volunteer in the 735th Black Shirts Battalion and went to fight in Spain, where his brother Raffaele was killed by communist forces at Malaga in April 1938. Upon his return to Italy, he became the key liaison officer to the elite SS division under Field Marshal Hermann Göring. During the Allied occupation in 1943, he escaped incarceration by volunteering to serve with the Counter-Intelligence Corps of the Fifth Army. In this capacity, he worked in close contact with William Colby, the OSS agent in France, and Alan Dulles, the OSS director, in the establishment of the Office of Reserve Affairs. This shadowy agency, located on Rome's Via Sicilia, was manned by the secret force of the Carabinieri, the Italian National Police, under the command of Federico Umberto D'Amato, a former member of Decima MAS. Its sole purpose was to exercise control over the most delicate activities of the state. Through Colby, a devout Roman Catholic, Gelli gained entry to the Vatican. where he united with Father Krunoslav Draganović, a Franciscan monk and member of the Ustashi, a Croatian fascist group during World War II, to set up the rat lines by which war criminals, including members of the Nazi High Command, could escape to South America and other havens of refuge. Many of the escapees were issued Vatican passports and traveled to their new hiding places in clerical garb. A memo from an intelligence official working at the U.S. State Department in 1947 explained that the Vatican justifies its participation by its desire to infiltrate not only European countries, but Latin American countries as well, dealing with people of all political beliefs as long as they are anti-communists and pro-Catholic Church. New Nazi havens. The management of the rat line required Gelli to make frequent visits to Argentina, the favored country of Nazi fugitives, where he became a confidant of President Juan Perón. By the early 1950s, the South American country was swarming with Nazi criminals, including Adolf Eichmann, the SS officer responsible for carrying out the final solution to the Jewish problem. The situation caused U.S. Ambassador Spruill Braden to say, "There is no country in the world where the Nazis find themselves in such a strong position as Argentina." Thanks in part to Gelli, over 600 Nazi scientists and their dependents made their way to the United States to inaugurate the space age. Many of these Nazis ended up working as aircraft designers and engineers at the Glenn L. Martin Company, later the Lockheed Martin Corporation, and Republic Aviation. The efforts of Gelli and Father Draganović were supported by Counterintelligence Corps CIC officials, who realized that many of the Nazi scientists, doctors, intelligence officers, and engineers could be of critical importance in the battle against communism. By 1947, the CIC was shelling out $1,400 to Father Draganović and Gelli for each war criminal who was sent to their care. Klaus Barbie. One of the most notorious Nazis to come under the care of Gelli and Father Draganović was Klaus Barbie. The so-called Butcher of Lyon was responsible for 4,342 murders and 7,591 deportations to death camps during his 2-year posting in the French city. After the war, U.S. intelligence placed him in a safe house in Augsburg, provided him with a sanitized identity, and granted him a generous stipend of $1,700 a month. In 1983, the Justice Department belatedly admitted that U.S. intelligence officials had arranged for Barbie's escape to Bolivia, where he became known as Klaus Altmann and opened a sawmill in La Paz, and that they had lied by denying to French Nazi hunter Serge Klarsfeld that he was under their protection. Throughout his 20-year stay in South America, Barbie proved to be of crucial importance to the CIA by forging close ties to La Mafia Cruzena, a drug cartel formed by Hugo Banzer Suarez, a man trained by the U.S. military at Fort Hunt and the Escuela de Golpes in Panama, and thereby securing a new source of funding for mounting attacks against leftist regimes. The Nazi gold. The operation of the rat line brought Gelli in close contact with the future Pope Paul VI. At the close of the war, Monsignor Montini had been placed in charge of Caritas Italiana, a Vatican charity that provided protection for German soldiers and Nazi sympathizers. The protection came to include the issuance of refugee travel documents, replete with new identities, to such illustrious figures as Hans Heffelmann, a principal figure in the Third Reich's euthanasia program, and Martin Bormann, Hitler's personal secretary. In addition to the rat line, Gelli played a key role in the smuggling of over $80 million in gold and silver bars from the Ustashi treasury in Croatia to the Vatican Bank. Holy Mother Church was very pleased to receive the deposit for safekeeping even though Gelli squirreled away 150 gold bars for himself. New Vatican friends. Gelli, after making the gold deposit, became a frequent guest at dinner parties hosted for Vatican dignitaries at the palatial home of Count Umberto Ortolani, the former head of military intelligence in Italy and Rome's most powerful layman. At these affairs he befriended Cardinal Giacomo Lercaro, who became one of the 4 moderators of the Second Vatican Council. Monsignor Agostino Casaroli, who would become the Vatican's Secretary of State under John Paul II, Giulio Andreotti, the co-founder of the Catholic Democratic Party, Massimo Spada, the lay delegato of the IOR, and Michele Sindona, Spada's financial assistant. At this time, Sindona, as previously noted, was the principal bagman for the Sicilian Mafia and the CIA. His duties included not only depositing drug money for the Genovese and other crime families in the IOR and parochial banks throughout Italy, but also conveying satchels of cash to prominent Catholic clerics, including Archbishop Montini. Through Sindona, Gelli strengthened his ties not only to the IOR, but also the Sicilian Mafia, including Luciano Leggio of the Vizzini family, and Salvatore Riina of the Corleonese clan, the Camorra of Naples, and the 'Ndrangheta of Calabria. Gelli proved to be of inestimable value by introducing Italy's leading men of respect to his old friends in South America, including Klaus Barbie. The scenario was now set for the development of the cocaine trade, an undertaking in which the CIA took a keen interest. Operation Demagnetize. In 1956, Gelli returned from Argentina to his native Italy, where he opened a mattress factory in Pistoria and became a director of Permindex, a CIA front organization that was set up in Basel. Permindex, managed by CIA operative Frank Wisner, represented a branch of Gladio that provided arms to Imre Nagy and his rebel forces in communist Hungary. New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw, who was arrested and questioned in connection with the JFK assassination, was a member of the Permindex American board. In Italy, Gelli served as the CIA's liaison to General Giovanni De Lorenzo, who, upon the recommendation of U.S. Ambassador Claire Booth Luce, had become the head of the Servizio Informazione Forze Armate, SIFAR, Italy's Armed Forces Information Service. SIFAR was the clandestine agency that coordinated the activities of Gladio units throughout the country. With the appointment of General De Lorenzo came a directive from William Harvey, chief of the CIA station in Rome, initiating Operation Demagnetize, and authorizing SIFAR to make use of all possible tactics, political, psychological, and paramilitary, to diminish the power of the Italian Communist Party. The directive represented an authorization of the strategy of tension, which would get underway on October 27, 1962, with the assassination of Enrico Mattei, the founder of Italy's largest oil concern, ENI, Ente Nazionale Idrocarburi. Such attacks, Gelli later told BBC correspondent Alan Frankovich, were conducted in accordance with U.S. Army Field Manual 3031B, which outlined the new tactics to be employed by the Gladio units. Piano solo. On Election Day in April 1963, the CIA nightmare materialized. The Communists gained strength, amassing 25% of the vote, while all other parties lost seats, and Prime Minister Aldo Moro of the Christian Democratic Party, in an effort to assuage the growing number of leftists in his government, named socialists to cabinet posts. But the Communists were not pacified by Moro's appointments. They, too, wanted key government positions. In May 1963, the large union of construction workers, under the influence of the PCI, held a demonstration in Rome. The CIA became alarmed, and members of Gladio, disguised as police, smashed the rally, leaving more than 200 demonstrators injured. SIFAR now sought a means to install a government of public safety, consisting of right-wing Christian Democrats, top political managers, and high-ranking military officials. General De Lorenzo, together with 20 other senior army officers, drafted the plan for a silent coup d'etat in close cooperation with CIA secret warfare expert Vernon Walters, William Harvey, chief of the CIA station in Rome, and Colonel Renzo Rocca, director of the Gladio units within the military secret service. To implement the coup, SIFAR recruited 4,000 agents provocateurs to work with Rocca and his Gladio army. The recruits came to include members of the Mafia, Italian street gangs, and neo-fascist organizations such as Movimento Sociale Italiano, MSI, Italian Social Movement, Ordine Nuovo, ON, New Order, and Avanguardia Nazionale, AV, National Vanguard. They were trained at a Gladio base near Capo Marargiu, which was accessible only by helicopter. Upon completion of the training in terrorism and sabotage, they were provided with weapons and explosives. Piano Solo was to have concluded with the assassination of Prime Minister Aldo Moro and the installation of Christian Democrat Cesare Mezzagora as Italy's new president. But the coup was called off at the final moment when a compromise was reached between the socialists and right-wing Christian Democrats. Mysterious deaths. When news of the formation of a terrorist squad emerged in 1968, Colonel Rocca was found dead within his office in Rome of a gunshot wound to the head. His death was ruled a suicide, despite the fact that Rocca's hands bore no trace that he had fired a weapon, and the bloodstains indicated that he must have been lying flat on the floor while pulling the trigger. Such findings prompted General Carlo Silieri, the former head of the Carabinieri, to commission an investigation into SIFAR. On April 27, 1969, General Silieri was found dead on a dirt road outside Padua, the victim of a mysterious car accident. General Giorgio Manis, who was to provide evidence to the commission, dropped dead on the streets of Rome on June 25, 1969. His assistant, Colonel Remo Dotario, shot himself in the heart a month later. The 33rd degree. The compromise with the socialists was a setback and pointed to the necessity of creating a state within the state, an organization that could control the Italian government by money, murder, and mayhem. To accomplish this objective, Gelli, at the bidding of Vernon Walters and other CIA officials, underwent the initiation rite of Freemasonry and joined the Romanosi Lodge in 1963. Almost overnight, he rose to the 33rd degree of membership, which permitted him to serve as the leader of a lodge. At the start of 1964, Gelli was appointed secretary of P2 under Giordano Gambarini, another CIA contractor. Vatican insider Count Ortolani, mentioned above, and Giulio Andreotti, the leader of the Christian Democratic Party who would become Italy's prime minister. By the end of the year, Michele Sindona was inducted into the lodge in an elaborate ceremony held within a villa in Tuscany. The Grand Master. By 1970, Gelli had emerged as P2's new worshipful master and became known by the codename Filippo. The lodge now received massive infusions of cash, estimated at $10 million per month, from the CIA's black funds. This money was used to purchase the weaponry and material necessary to mount terrorist attacks throughout Italy, Greece, Turkey, and South America. By 1969, Gelli's lodge could boast of such members as Italy's Armed Forces Commander Giovanni Torrisi, Secret Service Chiefs Giuseppe Santovito and Giulio Grassini, Orazio Giannini, the head of Italy's financial police, Italy's chief surgeon, Dr. Joseph Michele Crimi, General Vito Michele of the SID, General Raffaele Giudice of the Financial Guard, Supreme Council Magistrate Ugo Ziletti, and Vatican banker Michele Sindona. In addition, the membership list contained the names of leading cabinet ministers, along with 30 generals, 8 admirals, and numerous newspaper editors, television executives, and top business executives. Gelli took special pride in the induction of Carmelo Spagnuolo to his secret society. Spagnuolo was the chief public defender in Milan and later the president of the Italian Supreme Court. This ensured that P2, despite its acts of terrorism, would have justice on its side. Within 10 years of Gelli's emergence as worshipful master, P2 had branches in Argentina, Venezuela, Paraguay, Bolivia, France, Portugal, Nicaragua, West Germany, and England. Within the United States, its members and associates included not only leading figures from the Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families, but also such notable political figures as General Alexander Haig, President Nixon's Chief of Staff, and Henry Kissinger, President Nixon's Secretary of State. Inside the Lodge. The Lodge, as members of Italy's P2 Commission later described, was a pyramid with Gelli at the apex. But joined to the apex of this pyramid was another inverted one containing the people responsible for the overall strategy. These people passed their orders down to the lower pyramid through Gelli, whose sole function was to follow orders. Antonio Bellocchio, a P2 commissioner, said in 1984, "It is a sad reflection on Italian political life that a man of Gelli's modest intellectual abilities, for all his shrewdness and cunning, should have wielded such influence." During the week, Gelli conducted court in rooms 127, 128, and 129 of the Excelsior Hotel in Rome. The rooms were interconnected so that dignitaries, petitioners, and lackeys could enter room 127, where sentries stood guard. Once cleared, they could proceed to room 128, where Gelli, flanked by P2 officials, sat behind a massive mahogany desk. Upon completion of their business, they exited past more guards in room 129. Gathering dirt. In preparation of Piano Solo, the CIA conducted massive surveillance of Italian political, religious, and business leaders in order to single out the communist sympathizers. Once the new military order was established, these sympathizers were to be rounded up and shipped off to concentration camps on the island of Sardinia. As a result of this surveillance, Gelli and General De Lorenzo compiled files on more than 157,000 people of prominence, including tapes and photographs that could be used for blackmail or simple coercion. Copies of these files, some of which were as thick as dictionaries, were sent to the Vatican and to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Nude photos of John Paul II. As the new leader of P2, Gelli continued to amass telling documents not only on leftist officials but also members of his lodge. When a recruit joined the order, he was obliged to demonstrate his loyalty by conveying to Gelli documents that would compromise not only himself and his family but also other possible candidates. When these potential candidates were confronted with the evidence of their misdeeds, they generally caved in and submitted to the initiation rite without a word of protest. This proved to be the case with Giorgio Mazzanti, the new president of ENI. Faced with incriminating evidence showing he had accepted huge bribes and payoffs from a pending Saudi oil deal, Mazzanti took the vow of secrecy, joined the elite Masonic Lodge, and handed over to Gelli even more compromising information. Eventually, Gelli's files came to contain not only embarrassing material on nearly every prominent Italian government official, but also nude photos of John Paul II next to a swimming pool. While displaying the photos of the naked pontiff, the P2 Grand Master reportedly quipped, If it's possible to take these photos of the Pope, imagine how easy it is to shoot him. Chapter 6. The Rise of Michele Sindona. So long as the bank invests those drug deposits in overnight money and is able to cover when the deposits are withdrawn, there is no financial threat to the bank other than the peripheral one of perhaps affecting the confidence that people have in it because of known associations with criminals. The fact that a bank does business with criminals or is even owned by them is of minor importance to the overseers of the nation's banks. Paul Homan, Deputy Controller of the Office of the Controller of the Currency, quoted in Penny Larnews in Banks We Trust. In 1957, Michele Sindona attended a mob gathering at the Grand Hotel de Palm in Palermo, with such criminal luminaries as Lucky Luciano, Joseph Joe Bananas Bonanno, Carmine Galante, Frank Costello, Don Giuseppe Janco Russo, the head boss of the Sicilian families, Salvatore Chiaschitedu, Little Bird Greco, and the La Barbera brothers. The three-day event, which was held from October 3rd through 5th, resulted in the organization of a Sicilian commission that would oversee all aspects of the multi-billion-dollar heroin trade. The Sicilians, according to FBN agent Martin F. Pera, gave the Americans an ultimatum at Palermo. They knew there were a number of rebellious young hoods in America, so they told their bosses, "If you don't deal with us, we'll deal with them." Not having control over narcotics would have put all their other rackets at risk, so the Americans had no choice but to go along. Little Bird Greco emerged from the conference as primus inter pares, first among equals. The elevation of Greco was prompted by his pivotal role in the narcotics trade. He owned a fleet of ships that sailed under the Honduran flag and, through Frank Coppola, moved heroin to Santo Trafficante Jr. in Cuba via food shipments. But no one benefited from the gathering more than Sindona, who gained complete control of the flow of cash from the mean streets of America's inner cities to the Vatican Bank. The Appalachian Conference. But the unification of the American mob, which had been brought about by Luciano in 1931, was crumbling. In October 1957, Vito Genovese, still serving as Lucky's underboss, forged an alliance with Carlo Gambino for the execution of Albert Anastasia, the head of the Mangano crime family. Anastasia had ruffled the feathers of Meyer Lansky and Santo Trafficante Jr. by attempting to gain control of the lucrative flow of heroin from Havana. 1 month after Anastasia's murder, Genovese presided over the Appalachian Conference, a follow-up American Mafia summit to the event in Palermo, in which he anointed himself boss of all bosses, capo de tutti capi, appointed Carlo Gambino the new head of the Mangano clan, and ruled that the mob should not be involved in trafficking in narcotics outside of Harlem and other black neighborhoods. In the midst of the conference, the Pennsylvania State Police staged a raid that resulted in the arrest of Carlo Gambino, Paul Castellano, a Gambino capo regime, boss, Joseph Bonanno, and Santo Trafficante Jr., the head of the South Florida family and the pivotal mob figure in Cuba. Others in attendance were Stefano Magadino of Buffalo, Nick Civella of Kansas City, Sam Giancana of Chicago, and representatives from families in Milwaukee, Dallas, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. The Appalachian Conference was a milestone in the annals of organized crime in America, wiping out previous myths and misunderstandings about La Cosa Nostra, including the statements of J. Edgar Hoover that the Mafia, in fact, did not exist. The raid that caused the breakup of the mob meeting captured national headlines for weeks, infuriating the mafiosi and embarrassing U.S. government officials. The public now knew for the first time that an organized syndicate of mob families controlled the flow of illicit drugs throughout the country. Vito's comeuppance. Luciano, outraged by the presumption of his underboss and the outcome of the conference, recruited Carlo Gambino to take part in a scheme to clip the wings of Vito Genovese, the self-proclaimed capo of the American Commission. Gambino, at Lucky's insistence, sought out Nelson Cantalopes, a small-time crook serving a stint in Sing Sing, and persuaded him by a gift of $100,000 to offer testimony that he had witnessed Genovese making massive drug buys. Cantalopes complied. In 1958, Genovese and 24 members of his gang were collared for violating the new Narcotics Control Act. At the trial, Cantalopes testified that he not only had witnessed the buys, but had acted as a courier for Genovese by transporting heroin from Harlem to black communities throughout the country. The jury was reportedly rigged and, based almost entirely on the testimony of Cantalopes, Genovese and his soldiers were sentenced to 15 years in prison. With Genovese tucked away in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, Santo Trafficante Jr., upon the occasion of Luciano's death in 1962, became, by default, the head capo of the international heroin trade. At 57, he was one of the most effective mob leaders. Avoiding the ostentatious lifestyle of Cadillacs and diamond rings that characterized many of the mafiosi, Trafficante cultivated the austerity of the old Sicilian dons and manifested a self-effacing attitude that contributed to his considerable influence over the Sicilian and American families. Despite his prestige among the men of respect, his good sense prevented him from campaigning for a leading position on the mob's national and international commissions. He stayed, for the most part, in the shadows, thereby becoming the least known and most underestimated leader of organized crime. Michele's rise. The fall of Vito Genovese propelled the rise of Michele Sindona. The aspiring mob lawyer, with the blessing of his dons Giuseppe Genco Russo, Don Carlo's successor, and Lucky Luciano, now developed close ties to the Gambino crime family, which by marriage included the Inzerillo and Spatola clans in Sicily. Aware of Sindona's pivotal position with the CIA and IOR, the Gambinos did not hesitate to take him under their protective wing. "Don Michele," they would say, "you are the greatest of all Sicilians. Let us help you with your problems. Tell us whom you want killed. Tell us who the bastards are." Several weeks after the conference in Palermo, Sindona used mob money and CIA funds to create Fasco AG, a Liechtenstein holding company that became the cornerstone of his financial empire. Through Fasco, he purchased his first bank, the Banca Privata Finanziaria, BPF, in Milan. Founded in 1930 by a fascist ideologist, the BPF served as a conduit for the illegal transfer of funds from Italy for a favored few. The BPF now served as a principal means of transferring drug money from the IOR for the purpose of Gladio. William Harvey, the new CIA station chief in Rome, arranged for the financial firms of Sir Jocelyn Hambro, the owner of the Hambros Bank, and David M. Kennedy, chairman of the Continental Illinois Bank in Chicago, to become minority shareholders, with each firm purchasing 22% of the bank's stock. Strange bedfellows. Sir Jocelyn Hambro and Sindona, by all appearances, were strange bedfellows. The son and heir of one of England's most prestigious merchant banking families, Hambro spent his days hobnobbing with the world's elite. Surely the peasant from Patty would have been a most unwelcome guest at the Hambro family estate in Kidbrooke Park, Sussex, let alone at the Jockey Club in Newmarket, which was one of Sir Jocelyn's favourite haunts. The mystery of the relationship was compounded by the fact that Sindona was neither an established figure nor a member of the international banking community. Indeed, his major asset at the time of their meeting was a newly created shell company. The sole explanation for the bizarre partnership resides in the long-standing ties of Hambro to the intelligence community. He was one of the founders of the OSS, and his presence on the board of the World Commerce Company, WCC, smacks of complicity in the heroin trade. Another odd couple. David M. Kennedy's partnership with Sindona appears equally puzzling. Raised on a ranch in Utah, Kennedy was a devout Mormon whose grandparents, John Kennedy and Peter Johnson, formed the Bank of Randolph. In 1951, he became president of Continental Illinois after serving 16 years as the debt manager for the Federal Reserve. Based in Chicago, Continental Illinois was the seventh largest bank in the country, with billions in assets, including shares in an Opus Dei bank in Barcelona. In 1955, Kennedy became a conspicuous friend of the conservative Catholic religious order. This friendship resulted in Kennedy's bank becoming the main channel for the Vatican's real estate and corporate investments, an arrangement that brought him in close contact to Prince Massimo Spada, the lay delegato of the IOR, and Michele Sindona, Spada's dutiful assistant. Through this connection, Kennedy emerged as one of Gladio's key agents, and Continental Illinois came to serve as a major conduit for the flow of covert CIA funds into the newly created BPF. In this way, the Sindona Bank served as the principal means of launching the 1967 coup d'etat in Greece, a Gladio undertaking spearheaded by a group of right-wing army officers. The guerrilla. Through Kennedy, Sindona developed a close friendship with Monsignor Paul Marcinkus, an up-and-coming cleric from Cicero, Illinois, the hometown of Al Capone. Known as the guerrilla, Marcinkus stood 6 feet 4 inches in his stocking feet. He was a scratch golfer, a gifted street fighter, and a lover of good bourbon, fine cigars, and young women. Marcinkus had worked closely with Kennedy in overseeing the Vatican's American investments through Continental Illinois and became a director of the bank's branch in Nassau. Within the effete and rarefied environment of the Vatican, Marcinkus was singled out to serve as Paul VI's protector. On one occasion, the guerrilla picked up the tiny pope and carried him through an overly enthusiastic crowd that threatened to trample him to death. On another, he saved the Holy Father from an attack by a knife-wielding Bolivian artist by breaking the would-be assailant's arm. Sindona was instrumental in getting the guerrilla the position as head of the Vatican Bank. This position made Marcinkus a bishop, a prelate d'onore, and he was assigned as a special assistant to Cardinal Alberto Di Giorgio. The gruff cleric from Cicero was now responsible for more than 10,000 accounts belonging to religious orders and to private Catholic dignitaries, including the Pope. Sindona's ties to the new bishop were tightened by the fact that Marcinkus, in defiance of Canon 2335, the papal ban on Freemasonry, was a fellow Mason who had submitted to initiation on July 2, 1963. The guerrilla's Masonic codename was MARPA. A new bank. Sindona next acquired the Banca di Messina, which gave the Gambino, Inzerillo, and Spatola crime clan unlimited access to a financial firm in Sicily. The Sicilian financier went on to buy a third bank, the Banque de Financement, FinaBank, in Geneva, which was largely owned by the IOR and, like the BPF, used as a conduit to move money out of Italy. After Sindona's purchase of majority interest, the Vatican retained a 29% share based on its awareness of the benefits of owning a Swiss bank for the transfer of laundered funds. Hambro and Kennedy, on behalf of their financial firms, gobbled up the remaining shares. The peasant from Patti now emerged as one of the most influential figures within international financial circles. Working with the important Banque de Paris et des Pays-Bas, Sindona bought controlling interest in Libby, McNeil, and Libby Incorporated, the massive American food processing chain with over 1,300 workers in the Chicago area. The Chicago Connection. Family Jewels, a set of CIA reports recently released under the Freedom of Information Act, shows that Sam Giancana, a Mafia capo from Chicago, became one of the agency's underworld agents in the 1960s and one of the pivotal figures in the money laundering process. Members of the Giancana family made deposits in continental Illinois that were transferred to Sindona's banks and enterprises in Liechtenstein and Milan. More money was transported by Giancana's men to Washington, D.C., where it was converted into bonds and forwarded to Fina Bank in Geneva. Still more money was transported from Chicago to Mexico in suitcases carried by thugs dressed as Catholic priests. The money was then sent to a string of shell companies in Panama before arriving at the Vatican Bank. Throughout this process, the CIA, with the cooperation of Harry Hank Anslinger of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBN, worked closely with Archbishop Marcinkus. According to Tullius Tully Acampora, a former CIA operative, Hank was so close to Marcinkus that he could get Anslinger's friends an audience with the Pope. Banking on losses. Sindona's banking enterprise flourished as billions of dollars from the narcotics trade flowed from Sicily to Switzerland. At the same time, he was learning one of the cardinal rules of theft. The best way to rob a bank is to buy it. Much of the stolen money, however, did not end up in Sindona's wallet or a safe within an Italian-American club in Brooklyn. Used to mount Gladio's strategy of tension and other covert ventures that would erupt in the coming decade, the $22 billion eventually lost by Sindona and his compatriots in their banking ventures seemed to vanish into thin air. Financial analysts to this date remain mystified by the missing money. Few have come to realize that the purpose of acquisition of banks by CIA operatives, including Paul Hellawell, William Colby, Donald Beasley, David Kennedy, and Sindona, was not to produce dividends for shareholders, but rather to chalk up losses in a bewildering array of bogus ventures. Other bankers who shared Gladio's vision of a new world order, created through the dissolution of political ideologies hostile to American capitalism, were willing to have their institutions undergo financial hemorrhages for the cause. David Rockefeller, chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, appears to fall into this category, as suggested by the hundreds of millions of dollars in losses that came from Chase Manhattan's investments in South America at the behest of the CIA. As Gladio emerged into an international operation, the billions from the drug trade proved insufficient to provide for the mounting expenses. While Sindona was purchasing banks with funding from the Mafia, the Vatican, and the CIA, Paul E. Hellawell and Meyer Lansky were setting up Castle Bank and Trust in Miami and the Bahamas. Unlike Sindona's banks, which were used to mount attacks in Italy, Turkey, and Western Europe, Castle Bank and Trust became the conduit for millions of dollars earmarked by the CIA for the funding of clandestine operations directed at countries in Latin America and the Far East. Spread of the plague. The appearance of these firms testifies not only to the expanding covert activities of the CIA, but also the enormous growth of the heroin industry. In 1967, the Haight-Ashbury Medical Clinic in San Francisco opened a special section for heroin addicts. Of the addicts served by the clinic, about 25%, classed as old-style junkies, had first used heroin before January 1964. About 20%, classed as transitional junkies, first used heroin between then and January 1967, and the remaining 55% or so were new junkies who began to use heroin after January 1967. Heroin was also the drug at the heart of the problem that President Nixon cited in 1969, when he laid out a 10-point plan for reducing illegal drug use, an effort for which New York was the proving ground. New York City alone has records of some 40,000 heroin addicts, and the number rises between 7,000 and 9,000 a year. Nixon wrote in his July 14, 1969 message to Congress, "These official statistics are only the tip of an iceberg whose dimensions we can only surmise." Inside Sindona's bank. Sindona was more than a CIA operative and Vatican financial advisor. He was also a thief. In 1966, Carlo Bordoni, a financier with Mafia connections and years of experience in making multi-million-dollar foreign exchange deals, examined the activities at the BPF and was overwhelmed by his discoveries. 12 years later, Bordoni related these discoveries to authorities in Milan from a prison hospital in Caracas. In a sworn affidavit, he wrote, "When I started to go to the BPF during the summer of 1966, I was deeply affected by the chaos that reigned in the various sectors. It was a tiny bank that was able to survive only thanks to the margins that emanated, duly masked of course, from a myriad of black operations which BPF effected on behalf of Credito Italiano, Banca Commerciale Italiana, and other important national banks. These foreign currency black operations, a vast illegal export of capital, took place daily, and large figures were involved. The technique was really the most coarse and criminal which can be imagined. Bordoni found a vast number of overdrawn accounts without any real guarantees and for amounts far in excess of the legal limit of a fifth of the capital and reserves. He also found massive incidents of theft. The staff at the BPF was transferring large amounts of money from the accounts of depositors without their awareness. These sums were funneled into an account held by the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank, in turn, transferred the amounts, minus a 15% commission, to Sindona's private account at Finabank in Geneva, which was named Mani for his two sons. Ma stood for Marco, Ni for Nino. If a client at the BPF complained that a check had bounced or that his account should contain more than was listed, he was told to take his business elsewhere. If he continued to complain, a manager would appear and say, "It's simply an accounting error that we shall rectify." If he threatened to contact the authorities, he would spend his last moments swimming with the fishes. Standard operating procedure. For Bordoni, the activities at Banque de Financement in Geneva were equally hair-raising. Mario Olivero, the general manager, and other bank managers and IOR officials spent all day playing the stock, commodity, and currency markets. If they lost, the losses were transferred to the accounts of the clients. If they won, they transferred the earnings to their personal accounts. The Vatican Bank, in addition to owning 29% of the bank, maintained several accounts at the Banque de Financement. Upon investigation, Bordoni discovered that these accounts reflected exclusively gigantic speculative operations that resulted in colossal losses. A shell company called Liberfinco, Liberian Financial Company, had financed these losses, along with the losses of other major speculative investors. In 1966, at the time of Bordoni's inspection, Liberfinco was displaying a loss of $30 million. In 1973, when Swiss banking officials appeared on the scene, the losses of the shell company had climbed to $45 million. When the Swiss informed Sindona, the Vatican, Continental Illinois, and Hambros that they had 48 hours to close Liberfinco, or they would declare Banque de Financement bankrupt, Sindona closed Liberfinco, only to set up Aran Investment of Panama, another shell company, which displayed an instant deficit of $45 million. After uncovering such shenanigans in Sindona's banks, Bordoni tried to distance himself from his employer. Sindona responded by a tried and true business technique of P2 and the Mafia: blackmail. Bordoni had broken the law in his own foreign speculations. Sindona threatened not only to report these transgressions to the Bank of Italy, but also to use his powerful friends to wreak financial destruction upon his colleague's family. "You will never be a real banker," Sindona said, "because not only are you unable to lie, you are also a man with principles." Duly humbled, Bordoni stayed and assisted Sindona in the formation and operation of a massive international brokerage company called Money Rex. He had no other choice. To report Sindona's crimes would constitute an exercise in futility. Sindona was much more than a made man. He was wired to Italy's most powerful business and political officials. The Money King. Created in 1964, MoneyRex established relations with 850 client banks throughout the world and conducted business in excess of $200 billion a year. Through this brokerage firm, Italy's richest and most powerful individuals could squirrel away enormous fortunes illegally and safely in foreign banks. Sindona performed this service for a commission that fluctuated between 15 and 20%. He also kept a private ledger that incriminated his confidential clients. This list would serve as his lifesaver when his bloated corporate vessel sank. In June 1967, Internal Revenue Service agents became aware that Sindona was involved in the drug trafficking of the Gambino Inzerillo Spatola clan. The case came to center not on heroin, but the illicit movement of depressant, stimulant, and hallucinogenic drugs between Italy, the United States, and possibly other European countries. But the investigation, thanks to the CIA's intervention, came to a dead end. Sindona and Saigon. Southeast Asia continued to remain of critical importance to the global narcotics market. Sindona developed a friendship with Chiang Kai-shek and members of the general's family. On several occasions he traveled to Formosa to provide funds to Chiang and the remnants of the KMT, who continued to cultivate the poppy fields of Laos and Thailand with members of the Hmong people. In 1967, CIA operatives Theodore Shackley and Thomas G. Kleins were assigned to establish heroin refineries with the aid of the Corsican Mafia, who permeated Saigon's underworld. In 1968, Shackley, known as the Blonde Ghost, arranged for Santo Traficante, Jr. to visit Saigon and meet with drug lord Vang Pao in the Continental Palace Hotel. The meeting concerned Vang's ability to provide the supply for the ever-increasing demand. During his stay, Traficante also met with prominent Corsican gangsters to assure them of increased shipments to their laboratories in Marseille. When the old Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, launched Operation Eagle in 1968, it found itself arresting scores of CIA employees, many of whom were working directly for Traficante. But although it arrested several of his deputies, the BNDD could not get the Johnson or Nixon administrations to go after Traficante directly. By 1971, Congress was getting so many complaints about GIs returning home addicted that the BNDD began to investigate. This investigation, too, went nowhere. The CIA insisted on loaning some of its select special agents to the BNDD as investigators. The agents turned out to be the same men who had assisted in setting up the Laotians and Thais in the heroin business in the first place. A papal problem. 1969 proved to be a banner year for Sindona. He stood as the most powerful financial figure in Italy. The Gruppo Sindona included 6 banks, the international CIGA hotel chain, and 500 other companies. He controlled the stock market in Milan, where 40% of the shares traded on any given day were under his control. His ability to influence Italy's financial condition was so profound that former Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti, a former member of P2, proclaimed him the savior of the lira. In the spring of that year, Sindona was summoned late at night to the Pope's private study on the 4th floor of the Apostolic Palace. The short, slender, and well-spoken Mafia Don wore a meticulously tailored navy blue suit, a white shirt with gold cufflinks, and a gray silk tie. He appeared fresh and confident. The Pope was seated in one of his satin-covered chairs. His body was bent forward, and he appeared tired and ill. The Holy Father did not offer his ring for Michele to kiss. Instead, they greeted each other with the handshake of old friends. "There is a terrible problem," Paul VI told Sindona. He was referring to the collapse of the First Republic and the long reign of the Christian Democratic Party. The new government had moved to discard the Lateran Treaty of 1929 and the tax-exempt status of Catholic holdings throughout the country. The measure spelled financial destitution for the Church and an annual tax bill in excess of $250 million. Even worse, the measure could prompt other countries to follow suit, leaving the Holy Mother Church stripped naked of her vast wealth. "No matter," the Pope said, "is of greater importance." Sindona replied by proposing a strategy to move Vatican resources out of Italy into the United States and the tax-free euro-dollar market through a network of offshore financial firms. This move would not only cloak the Vatican's holdings in omerta, a quality the Holy See valued as much as the Mafia, but it would also demonstrate to other countries that the Roman Catholic Church was financially powerful, and that any interference with the Vatican's finances could produce dire consequences for national economies. The Papal Commission. Upon hearing the proposal, Pope Paul handed Sindona an agreement he already had prepared. The agreement was even more than the mafiosi could hope for or dare to suggest. It named Sindona Mercator Senesis Romanam Curiam, the leading banker of the Roman Curia, and granted him complete control over the Vatican's foreign and domestic investment policy. In accordance with the agreement, Sindona would work closely with Bishop Marcinkus, who now became secretary of the IOR, and Cardinal Sergio Geri, governor of Vatican City. However, both clerics remained merely his advisers. The agreement placed the Vatican's billions at Sindona's disposal. When the Mafia chieftain turned to the last page, he looked up at the Holy Father and smiled. The Pope already had signed and sealed the document. It was the highest display of trust anyone could hope to receive from the Vicar of Christ. Such trust, of course, was not blind. It was based on the Pope's awareness that Sindona remained in almost sole control of the billions in black funds that were flowing into the Holy See. The Vatican's assets. Before Sindona took control of its assets, the Vatican held major interests in the Rothschild Bank in France, the Chase Manhattan Bank, with its 57 branches in 44 countries, the Credit Suisse in Zurich and also in London, the Morgan Bank, the Bankers Trust, General Motors, General Electric, Shell Oil, Gulf Oil, and Bethlehem Steel. Vatican officials sat on the board of Fincider, which, with its capital of 195 million lire spread through 24 companies, produced 90% of Italian steel. The Holy See controlled 2 shipping lines and the Alfa Romeo car manufacturing company. What's more, controlling shares of the Italian luxury hotels, including the Rome Hilton, were in the Vatican portfolio. But the Vatican's central holding was Società Generale Immobiliare, a construction company that had produced a fortune in earnings for the Holy See since it had been acquired in 1934. In 1969, Immobiliare shares were selling for 350 lire. Sindona purchased 143 million shares from the Vatican at double the market price, 700 lire per share, with money that had been illegally converted to his account from deposits at Banca Privata Finanziaria. Sindona was willing to pay double the market value. The money, after all, would be spent in part to bring about significant changes in the political order. In the same way, Sindona purchased the Vatican's majority ownership of Condotte d'Acqua, Italy's water company, and Ceramica Pozzi, a chemical and porcelain company. To spare the Pope any embarrassment, he also bought Serono, the Vatican's pharmaceutical company that produced contraceptive pills. Sub silentio. These transactions were conducted with extreme secrecy in order to escape the attention of Italy's tax collectors. The shares of Immobiliare were transferred first to Paribas Transcontinental of Luxembourg, a subsidiary of the Banque de Paris, de Pays-Bas, and next to Fasco AG in Liechtenstein. Paribas Transcontinental was closely linked with Nadmi Auchi, an Iraqi businessman, who was later convicted of fraud in a $504 million corruption scandal that centered on the French oil company Elf Aquitaine. Auchi, like Sindona, possessed strong ties to the intelligence community and for many years served as the bagman for Saddam Hussein. In recent years, the Baghdad billionaire became a major contributor to the political campaign of Barack Obama. Along with Auchi, David Rockefeller, another financier and former U.S. intelligence official, and members of Rockefeller's family, were shareholders in Paribas. Despite Sindona's diversionary tactics, the press got word of the sales of the Vatican companies and pressured the Holy See for a response. Through a spokesman, Pope Paul said, "Our policy is to avoid maintaining control of our companies as in the past. We want to improve investment performance, balanced, of course, against what must be a fundamentally conservative investment philosophy. It wouldn't do for the Church to lose its principle in speculation." When Sindona was asked about the sales, he refused to comment, saying that he was obliged to maintain the confidentiality of his client, Holy Mother Church. Liquidation sale. Sindona proceeded to liquidate the Church's remaining holdings in Italian companies to buyers, including Hambros Bank, Continental Illinois, and the American conglomerate Gulf and Western. He invested much of the Vatican's revenue from these sales in American companies, such as Chase Manhattan, Standard Oil, Westinghouse, Colgate, Procter & Gamble, and Dan River. Several of these firms remained under the control of David Rockefeller. The liquidation of the Vatican's holdings, as engineered by Sindona, produced a disastrous effect on the Italian economy. The shares of the Italian companies in which the Holy See had invested plummeted to record low levels. The lira dropped precipitously in value. Unemployment rose. The cost of living increased. The savings of millions of families were wiped out almost overnight. Life imitating art. During this time, Sindona developed a close relationship with Charles Bludorn of Gulf and Western. The two men engaged in trading worthless stock back and forth at face value to create a false market. In 1972, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission demanded a halt to the ceaseless exchange of securities between the two associates. Also during this time, Gulf and Western, through its motion picture company Paramount Pictures, was filming The Godfather, a glamorous look at life in the Mafia. Immobiliare, the giant real estate and construction firm Sindona had purchased from the Vatican, owned Paramount Studios in Hollywood where the film was shot. Through arrangements with Bludorn, profits from the Coppola epic flowed into Sindona's banks and holding companies, along with billions from the heroin trade. Life was imitating art. The world without limits. The rise of Sindona, the father of the financial mafia, was made possible by the combination of the following factors. The global economy had yet to emerge, and there existed an almost complete lack of central control over international banking activities. The Agreement of Basel, which established a number of rules, such as last instance lenders' responsibility, did not come into effect until May 1983. In spite of some exceptions, bank secrecy remained a basic rule. Moreover, the tendency to liberalize the service supplies on the one hand and the increasing privatization of financial activity on the other contributed to a lack of clarity regarding banking transactions. A complex of credit instruments and intermediaries, holding and trust companies, atypical stocks, etc., complicated accounting and made instances of money laundering particularly difficult to control. The presence of various tax havens allowed the possibility of tax evasion, facilitated financial juggling, and sheltered interpenetrations between licit and illicit activities. Such havens were not mere byproducts of financial conjuring. They played a basic role within the financial world. The combination of national economic interests with international politico-military ones was a new development. Gladio thrived because few world leaders were aware of the scope of the operation and the threat that it posed to sovereignty and independence. Another new friend. In 1969, Sindona made another new friend, a mousy accountant with a dark mustache and brooding black eyes. Roberto Calvi, a fellow member of P2, served as the assistant manager of Banco Ambrosiano, a wealthy parochial bank in Milan. Few banks were more prestigious. Established in 1894, Banco Ambrosiano operated to provide credit without offending the ethical principles of Christian teaching, an explicit rebuke to lay lending institutions. To ward off the interests of outsiders, the statutes of the bank required shareholders to produce a voucher of their good character from their parish priest. In addition, no shareholder could own more than 5% of the bank's wealth. Sindona realized that the priest's bank would be an ideal complement to his growing financial empire. Nothing he controlled could match Ambrosiano for resources or its standing in Milan. Best of all, it had no dominant shareholder, so that those who ran it had an unfettered hand. Sindona and his new friend quickly came up with a plan to gain control of Ambrosiano through the creation of a series of shell companies in Panama, the Bahamas, and Luxembourg. The scheme would require the participation of Archbishop Marcinkus, since the Catholic nature of the companies would have to be verified. The Archbishop, of course, was most pleased to cooperate and arranged for Calvi to be appointed as Ambrosiano's new Direttore Generale, general manager. Time for action. 1969 was also a banner year for Operation Gladio. The radical left was on the rise throughout Italy and the Western world. The momentum was provided by the reaction against NATO's involvement in Vietnam, the breakdown of traditional Catholic doctrine in the wake of Vatican II, and the implementation of aggiornamento, updating, and the rise of a counterculture that viewed Che Guevara and Chairman Mao as folk heroes. In the national election, Italy's Communist Party, PCI, gained 27% of the overall vote. To make matters worse, the country established regional elections, which enabled the Communists to gain control of Bologna, Florence, Tuscany, Umbria, Liguria, the Marches, Piedmont, and Emilia-Romagna, and to form a coalition government with the Christian Democrats and the Italian Socialists in Rome, Milan, and Turin. The time was right for the CIA to unleash the full force of Gladio through a strategy of tension, which would cause the people of Italy to view the Communists as a threat to their lives and well-being. Such a strategy would serve as an antithesis to the prevailing zeitgeist and the means of inaugurating a new world order. Chapter 7. False Flag Terrorism. The official figures say that alone in the period between January 1, 1969, and December 31, 1987, there have been in Italy 14,591 acts of violence with a political motivation. It is maybe worth remembering that these acts have left behind 491 dead and 1,181 injured and maimed, figures of a war without parallel in any other European country. Giovanni Pellegrino, President of Italy's Parliamentary Commission investigating Gladio, quoted in Daniel Ganser's NATO's Secret Armies. The strategy of tension gained increased impetus after U.S. President Richard Nixon took office in 1969. Henry Kissinger, Nixon's national security advisor, issued orders to Licio Gelli through his deputy, General Alexander Haig, for the implementation of terror attacks and coup attempts. Kissinger was deeply concerned about the monumental gains made by the Italian Communist Party in national and regional elections. The financial spigots were opened without concern of leakage. In addition to the millions being channeled to P2 by CIA officials, millions more were funneled to Sindona for the implementation of the strategy through U.S. Ambassador Graham Martin. In 1970 alone, Sindona received more than $10 million from the ambassador. The first major attack occurred on December 12, 1969, when a bomb exploded in the crowded lobby of the Banca Nazionale dell'Agricoltura in Milan's Piazza Fontana. 17 people were killed and 88 injured. The victims, for the most part, were farmers who had deposited their meager earnings in the bank. Within an hour, 3 bombs exploded in Rome, one in a pedestrian underpass, which injured 14 people, and 2 on Victor Emmanuel's monument, which houses Italy's unknown soldier. Arresting anarchists. The acts of terrorism were attributed to left-wing radicals, and 80 suspects were rounded up, including Giuseppe Pinelli, an anarchist railway worker. In the course of the interrogation, Pinelli died, falling from the 4th-floor window of the police station. Despite serious discrepancies in the official police account, an Italian court ruled that Pinelli's fall had been caused by a sudden loss of consciousness, malore. Pietro Valpreda, another anarchist, was also taken into custody for the Piazza Fontana bombing, after a taxi driver identified him as a passenger he had transported to Banca Nazionale that day. After his alibi was judged insufficient, the anarchist was held for 3 years in preventive detention before being sentenced for the crime. 16 years later, Valpreda was exonerated, after evidence established that the attack had been conducted in accordance with Operation Gladio. Damning evidence. But the Italian police investigators were neither completely corrupt nor totally incompetent. Months after the Piazza Fontana bombing, Ordine Nuovo, the New Order, a neo-fascist organization founded by Pino Rauti, came under suspicion. On March 3, 1972, Giovanni Ventura, Franco Freda, and Rauti were arrested and charged with planning the terrorist attack. The evidence against them was compelling. The composition of the bombs used in Piazza Fontana was identical to the explosives that Ventura hid in a friend's home a few days after the incident. The bags in which the bombs were concealed had been purchased a couple of days before the attacks in a shop in Padua, Freda's hometown. Despite such findings, the 3 men were acquitted. During the trial, alarming claims were made. Ventura told the court that he was an agent of the CIA. In support of the claim, he directed court officials to a safety deposit box he had opened at Banca Popolare in the names of his mother and aunt. Within the box were confidential CIA files. One document, dated May 4, 1969, listed a number of detailed steps to be taken, including a possible wave of terror attacks to convince public opinion of the dangers of maintaining the government's alliance with the left. When asked if he had been manipulated by the CIA or an outside intelligence agency, Franco Freda said, "The life of everyone is manipulated by those with more power. In my case, I accept that I have been a puppet in the hands of an idea, but not the hands of men in the secret services here in Italy or abroad. That is to say that I have voluntarily fought my own war, following the strategic design from my ideas. That is all." Sworn testimony. 30 years after the Piazza Fontana massacre, during the trial of 3 other ON operatives, General Giandelio Maletti, former head of Italian counterintelligence, said that the massacre had been carried out by the Italian stay-behind army and right-wing terrorists on the orders of the CIA. In his sworn testimony, Maletti told the court, "The CIA, following the directives of its government, wanted to create an Italian nationalism capable of holding what it saw as a slide to the left. And for this purpose, it may have made use of right-wing terrorism." He added, "Don't forget that Nixon was in charge, and Nixon was a strange man, a very intelligent politician, but a man of rather unorthodox initiatives." Similarly, Paolo Emilio Taviani, the Christian Democrat in Italy, told investigators that the Italian military intelligence service was about to send a senior officer from Rome to Milan to prevent the bombing, but decided to send a different officer from Padua in order to put the blame on left-wing anarchists. In an August 2000 interview for Il Secolo 19 newspaper, Taviani said, "It seems to me certain, however, that agents of the CIA were among those who supplied the materials and who muddied the waters of the investigation." The American commander. In the course of the 30-year investigation, Italian officials were able to put into place the key planners of the Piazza Fontana bombing. Hung Fendwick, a leading engineer for Selenia, oversaw the proliferation of attacks and coup preparations. Selenia, with offices in Rome, specialized in electronic security and defense. The company was owned by Finmeccanica, a conglomerate with a long history of ties to the CIA. Fenwick was a typical eminence grise. He studied and refined plans, drew up analyses of the political situation, and left the dirty work of execution to the ON and other neo-fascist groups in service to the agency. The bombing was allegedly commandeered by Navy Captain David Carrot, a CIA operative attached to the NATO command in Verona. Carrot worked in tandem with Gladio commander Sergio Minetto and Carlo Di Giglio, the CIA mole within Ordine Nuovo. Preparations for the bombing had been made at an isolated house near Treviso. The Golpe Borghese. On December 7, 1970, the feast of the Immaculate Conception, the Gladio unit launched the Golpe Borghese, the Borghese coup, an attempt to topple the Italian government. Named after Junio Valerio Borghese, the Black Prince, the coup attempt involved hundreds of gladiators, including Gelli and Sindona, along with members of the Corpo Forestale dello Stato, Italy's state forest police. The planners intended to kidnap Italian President Giuseppe Saragat and to murder Angelo Vicari, the head of the National Police Department. At the last minute, the plans were cancelled. News arrived that Saragat's Christian Democratic government knew of the plan and stood ready to declare martial law. Borghese had been busy during the Cold War. He continued to recruit former members of Decima Mas and right-wing activists, including Stefano delle Chiaie for Gladio, and helped to establish Fronte Nazionale, FN, an organization designed, in the words of Borghese, to subvert the institutions of the state by means of a coup. He set up his military headquarters for the coup in Rome at a shipyard owned by Remo Orlandini, one of the country's leading industrialists. According to newspaper accounts, James Jesus Angleton arrived at the shipyard before the coup attempt and left as soon as the planned attack was cancelled. Borghese's farewell. When Borghese died in Spain in 1974, Delle Chiaie said the Black Prince had been poisoned because investigations into the 1970 coup had begun in Italy and too many people wanted him dead. 30 years after the Golpe Borghese, French investigative journalist René Monza uncovered evidence that the military attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Rome was intricately involved in the plot. Monza also discovered that President Nixon had carefully monitored the preparations and remained constantly informed of the developments by CIA officials. These findings were confirmed through a Freedom of Information request from La Repubblica in December 2004. The Peteano attack. On May 31, 1971, a car bomb exploded in a forest near the Italian village of Peteano. The explosion gravely wounded one and killed 3 members of the Carabinieri, Italy's paramilitary police force. The Carabinieri had been summoned to the site by an anonymous phone call. Inspecting an abandoned Fiat 500, one of the policemen opened the hood and triggered the bomb. 2 days later, another anonymous call implicated the Red Brigades, the far-left communist group that had engaged in assassinations and kidnappings. 200 communists with an affiliation to the group were rounded up and held in custody. The arms dump. The case against the brigades was eventually weakened by a discovery made near Trieste by the Carabinieri on February 24, 1972. The Italian officers stumbled upon an underground arms dump containing automatic rifles, grenades, and composition C4, the most powerful plastic explosive in the world at that time. The officers initially thought that the cache must belong to a criminal group such as the Camorra or the 'Ndrangheta if it did not belong to the brigades. But the C4 baffled the investigators. The Mafias and the brigades relied on explosives made of gelignite. C4 was an explosive that was used almost exclusively by NATO and U.S. forces. A week later, more arms were found in a nearby cave. This second discovery prompted General Gerardo Serravalle, the commander of Gladio and Italian military intelligence, to order the dismantling of all arms dumps in forests, meadows, church basements, and cemeteries throughout Italy. In addition to explosives, the dumps contained portable arms, ammunition, hand grenades, knives and daggers, 60mm mortars, several 57mm recoilless rifles, sniper rifles, radio transmitters, binoculars, and various tools. The weapons were removed from the 137 burial sites and transported by the Secret Service plane, Argo 16, to the Gladio base in Sardinia. The aircraft exploded in flight on November 23, 1973, and may have been sabotaged by aggrieved gladiators. This suspicion gained credence by the fact that Serravalle was supposed to have been a passenger on the plane. In 1990, Serravalle told the press that he had been shocked to discover the extremist views of those in his command. "I found myself an officer in the service of the Italian Republic at the head of an armed band," he said. The Caged Bird Sings. In 1984, after 12 years of intense investigation, Vincenzo Vinciguerra, the leader of ON, was taken into custody and questioned about the Petiano incident. After confessing in court that he had planted the car bomb, Vinciguerra said, "With the massacre of Petiano, and with all those that have followed, the knowledge should by now be clear that there existed a real live structure, occult and hidden, with the capacity of giving a strategic direction to the outrages. It lies within the state itself. There exists in Italy a secret force parallel to the armed forces, composed of civilians and military men, in an anti-Soviet capacity, that is, to organize a resistance on Italian soil against the Russian army. A secret organization, a super-organization with a network of communications, arms and explosives, and men trained to use them. A super-organization which, lacking a Soviet military invasion which might not happen, took up the task, on NATO's behalf, of preventing a slip to the left in the political balance of the country. This they did, with the assistance of the official secret services and the political and military forces. Following his conviction and sentence to life in prison, Vinciguerra, in an interview with The Guardian, said, "The terrorist line was followed by camouflaged people belonging to the security apparatus, or those linked to the state apparatus through rapport or collaboration. I say that every single outrage that followed from 1969 fitted into a single organized matrix. The Avanguardia Nazionale, like Ordine Nuovo, were being mobilized into the battle as part of an anti-communist strategy, originating not with organizations deviant from the institutions of power, but from within the state itself, and specifically from within the ambit of the state's relations within the Atlantic Alliance." The Brescia Blast. Despite the setbacks, including the discovery of the arms dump, the attacks continued. On May 28, 1974, a bomb exploded within a garbage container that had been placed in the midst of Piazza della Loggia in Brescia. The incident took place during a demonstration against the Movimento d'Azione Rivoluzionaria, MAR, yet another neo-fascist group. 3 weeks before the bombing, Carlo Fumagalli, a CIA operative and the founder of MAR, had been arrested for starting a fire at the Pirelli Bicocca tarpaulin depot. The damage was estimated at 1,000 million lire at the time, and a 30-year-old worker lost his life in the blaze. Years later, Gaetano Orlando, an MAR spokesman, admitted, "The MAR group's plan was that the attack should be put down to the Red Brigades, which were on the rise at the time." Brescia, where the bombing took place, was the town in which Fumagalli and the MAR had established their headquarters. The Brescia blast killed 8 people and wounded 100 more. The attack, it was later learned, had been led by Pino Rauti, the founder of ON, who had been receiving regular paychecks from the U.S. Embassy in Rome. An hour and a half after the bombing, the local police chief ordered firemen to hose down the square. This order caused, in the words of examining magistrate Domenico Vigno, the possible loss of vital evidence and aroused alarming questions as to the haste of the operation. Following the attack, a series of anonymous callers to the police and the press attempted to implicate Lotta Continua, continuous struggle, a militant communist organization, in the incident. Members of the group were rounded up and placed in custody only to be acquitted due to lack of evidence. Terror on a train. On August 4, 1974, another major terrorist incident occurred when a bomb exploded on the Italicus Rome-Munich Express as the train pulled out of a tunnel near the village of San Benedetto Val di Sambro. 12 people were killed and 105 injured. This attack represented a reaction to the May 12th vote that abolished Italy's arcane divorce laws. The outcome represented a sharp rebuke to the Vatican and the Christian Democratic Party. Following the election, Gelli funneled black funds to Augusto Cauci, who had commandeered the bombing. When the police traced the evidence to Cauci, he fled, with Gelli's assistance, to Argentina. 16 years after the incident, Mario Tutti and Luciano Franchi, 2 members of Cauci's criminal clan, received life sentences for their part in the train attack. The Master Plan. In 1976, Gelli and other P2 officials drafted documents outlining their plans for the democratic rebirth of Italy. The plans called for the infiltration and control of all state institutions, all opposition groups, including the Italian Communist Party, the trade unions, the leading daily newspapers, and the national television stations. The drafters of the plan believed that this takeover could be accomplished by the expenditure of 40 billion lire, approximately $250 million, in black funds. The overall objective was the establishment of a club where the best level of industry and financial sector leaders, members of the liberal professions, public officials and magistrates, as well as very few selected politicians are represented, men who would constitute a real committee of trustees respecting those politicians who will take on the honor of implementing the plan. The club would implement a series of electoral, judicial, and constitutional reforms in order to make the country more governable. National political life would be subordinated to an oligarchy with no formal political accountability, represented by the secret P2 Lodge. Here, and not in state institutions, decisions would be made. Gelli and his Masonic brothers could pull a string and everything would fall into place. Once this system was established, Italy could be steered in the direction determined by P2's American controllers. The plans, as outlined in the P2 documents, Memorandum sulla situazione italiana, Memorandum on the Italian Situation, and Piano di Rinascita Democratica, Plan of Democratic Rebirth, were found by the Italian police at the Fiumicino airport in Rome. They had been concealed within the false bottom of a suitcase belonging to Gelli's daughter. Also in the suitcase was a top-secret U.S. military dossier entitled Stability Operations, Intelligence, Special Fields, that had been published under the authority of General William Westmoreland, the U.S. Army's Chief of Staff. The dossier informed intelligence operatives of appropriate means of response to communist insurgencies. The Moro kidnapping. On March 16, 1978, Aldo Moro, Italy's Prime Minister, was kidnapped while on his way to Parliament for the opening of debate on the newly formed Government of National Unity, a coalition of communists, socialists, and Christian Democrats. The incident occurred when a white Fiat with diplomatic plates pulled in front of his black limousine, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. 2 men from the Fiat and 4 other assassins who had been waiting on the sidewalk in Alitalia pilot uniforms opened fire on Moro's bodyguards, killing all 5 of them. Moro's policy of working with and bringing the Communists into the government was denounced both by the USSR and the United States. But no one had been more outraged at the Italian Prime Minister's attempt at rapprochement than U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. In 1974, when Moro paid a visit to the United States, Kissinger warned him, "You must abandon your policy of bringing all the political forces in your country into direct collaboration, or you will pay dearly for it." Kissinger's threat had such a profound effect upon Moro that the Prime Minister became physically ill and contemplated retirement from government. The Military Secret Service and acting Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti immediately blamed the left-wing terrorist organization Red Brigades for the kidnapping and proceeded to crack down on the left. 72,000 roadblocks were erected and 37,000 houses were searched. More than 6 million people were questioned in less than 2 months. While Moro was held captive, his wife Eleonora spent the days in agony together with her closest family and friends, even asking Pope Paul VI for help. The Crisis Committee. Steve Pieczenik, a former U.S. State Department hostage negotiator and international crisis manager, claimed that he played a critical role in Moro's fate. He had been sent to Italy on the day of the kidnapping by Zbigniew Brzezinski, President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, who viewed Moro's project of accommodation with the Communists with great disdain. In Rome, Pieczenik worked with a crisis committee headed by Francesco Cossiga, Italy's interior minister. Cossiga, who became Italy's prime minister in 1979 and president in 1985, had strong ties to Gelli and Gladio. Indeed, all of the officials who served on the crisis committee were members of P2, including Admiral Giovanni Torrisi, head of General Staff of the Defense, General Giuseppe Santovito, head of SIS-MI, Walter Pelosi, head of CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, General Raffaele Giudice, head of the Guardia di Finanza, and General Donata Loprete, Chief of General Staff of the Guardia di Finanza. Giulio Grassini, the head of the newly appointed Anti-Terrorism Inspectorate, was also a member of the Lodge. Throughout the investigation, Grassini remained in constant contact not only with the committee, but also Gelli. On May 9, 1978, the committee forged a memo, attributed to the Red Brigades, stating that Moro was dead. Pieczenik said that the memo, which was leaked to the press, served a dual purpose: to prepare the Italian public for the worst, and to let the Red Brigades know that the state would not negotiate for Moro and considered him already dead. The decision was made in the 4th week of the kidnapping, when Moro's letters became desperate and he was about to reveal state secrets, Pieczenik later testified. It was an extremely difficult decision, but the one who made it in the end was Interior Minister Francesco Cossiga and, apparently, also Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti. When pressed about the committee's action, Pieczenik added, "We had to sacrifice Aldo Moro to maintain the stability of Italy." A Stone in the Mouth. In a cryptic article appearing in a May 1978 issue of Osservatore Politico, investigative journalist Carmine Mino Pecorelli drew a connection between the death of Moro and Gladio. Moro's body, he noted, had been left in the trunk of a car parked next to an ancient Roman amphitheater where runaway slaves and prisoners fought to the death in gladiatorial combat. Who knows what there was in the destiny of Moro that his death should be discovered next to that wall? Pecorelli wrote, "the blood of yesterday and the blood of today." In another article, Pecorelli wrote that Moro's kidnapping had been carried out by a lucid superpower and was inspired by the logic of Yalta. He described the crime as one of the biggest political operations carried out in recent decades in an industrialized country integrated into the Western system. In one of his last articles, published on January 16, 1979, Pecorelli had written, "We will talk about Steve R. Pieczenik, who participated for 3 weeks in the Interior Ministry's expert meetings, then returned to America before Moro was killed, and reported to Congress that the measures taken by Cossiga on the Moro affair were the best possible in the circumstances." Several months after making these claims, Pecorelli was gunned down near his office on Via Orazio in Rome. The barrel of a gun had been shoved down his throat and the trigger pulled twice. As a classic gesture of the Mafia's practice of sasso in bocca, stone in the mouth, police officers discovered a stone within Pecorelli's mouth as an announcement that the journalist never again would divulge a secret. The Hyperion Language School. The fact that the Red Brigades had been infiltrated by the CIA and the Italian secret services remains no longer contested. The purpose of the strategy of tension was to encourage violence from the radical left in order to convince the Italian people of the need to repress the rise of communism. The brigades were a perfect foil. With unflinching radicalism, they considered the Italian Communist Party, PCI, too moderate, and Moro's opening too compromising. Thanks to the infiltration, which occurred in 1973, the brigades began to work closely with the Hyperion Language School in Paris, with most brigadiers unaware that it had been founded by the CIA. Hyperion opened an office in Italy shortly before the kidnapping and closed it a few months later. An Italian police report singles out Hyperion as the most important CIA office in Europe. Founded by Corrado Simeoni, a CIA operative who worked with Radio Free Europe, Duccio Berio, an informant to the P2-controlled Italian military intelligence, and Mario Moretti, the CIA operative who was later convicted of killing Aldo Moro. The school acted as an intermediary for meetings between Italian and foreign terrorist groups, including the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, the Red Army faction of Germany, and Euskadi ta Askatasuna, the Basque Revolutionary Army. The Red Brigade Mystery. In 1974, 4 years before the kidnapping, Red Brigade founders Renato Curcio and Alberto Franceschini had been arrested in Rome. Franceschini immediately accused Mario Moretti of turning them in, stating that Moretti and Giovanni Senzani, another leading Red Brigade member, were in fact CIA spies. From a military point of view, Franceschini told an Italian parliamentary commission, "Those of you who know the people who were supposed to have carried out the Moro operation will be perfectly aware that they were not capable of it." Franceschini's testimony is supported by several facts. 1. The gunmen who mowed down Moro's bodyguards were highly trained assassins with skills that far exceed those of known brigadiers. 2. The assassins were obliged to wear Alitalia uniforms in order to identify each other. 3. Moro had been held captive in an apartment complex owned by SISMI, Italy's military agency. And 4. The bullets that riddled Moro's body were treated with a special preserving paint that characterized the ammunition found in the Gladio arms dumps. In 1981, Moretti was arrested, apparently by accident, and eventually confessed to the kidnapping. He received 6 life sentences for the murder, but never cooperated with investigators. Cossiga, when he became president of Italy in 1985, pressed for a pardon. Moretti was paroled after 15 years and presently resides in Milan. His early pardon by the Italian court has never been explained. Vatican pieces of the puzzle. Father Félix Morlion, a Belgian priest, was affiliated with the Hyperion Language School and served to establish a branch of the school in Rome. During World War II, he had worked closely with Wild Bill Donovan and the Office of Strategic Services by creating Pro Deo, a Catholic intelligence agency. When the Nazis seized control of Western Europe, Donovan relocated Morleon and his agency from Lisbon to New York. In 1945, the priest relocated to Rome, where he became the private emissary of Pope Pius XII and 4 of the Pope's successors. Throughout the 1960s, he remained a pivotal U.S. intelligence agent, as witnessed by his key role in the Cuban Missile Crisis. At JFK's urging, the Dominican priest had attended a strategic meeting in Andover, Massachusetts, where he established a communication channel between Moscow and Washington, mediated by Pope John XXIII, through whom messages were passed that brought an end to the threat of a nuclear war. In 1966, Morleon established, with funding from the CIA, the Pro Deo University, which became Libera Università Internazionale degli Studi Sociali, the International University of Social Studies. As president of the new university, Morleon became a force in the formation of the right-wing policies of the Italian government. He also reportedly began recruiting of terrorists and assassins, including Moretti and Mehmet Ali Aoka, who attempted the hit on John Paul II. Questions about Morleon's involvement in the Moro matter first arose from the discovery of photos taken by Piccarelli of the prominent priest in the company of leading Italian military intelligence officials at the time of the kidnapping. Such questions became more pressing when the Rome office of the Hyperion School, which Morleon helped to establish, opened shortly before the Moro kidnapping, only to close the following autumn. Even more puzzling is the fact that the Pro Deo founder received prominent mention in the secret files of Lizio Gelli, which were seized by the Italian police in 1982. Father Antonio Manini, a Vatican official, served as the intermediary between Moro and his family during the time of the captivity. How Father Manini came to serve in this capacity raises questions about the extent of the Vatican's involvement in the crime. Father Manini, who claimed to have heard Moro's last confession, was the son of Luigi Manini, who served under the direct supervision of Archbishop Paul Marcinkus. Why would the brigadiers, avowed atheists, employ the services of a priest? And why would they seek the service of the son of a high-ranking IOR official? Were Luigi or Antonio somehow in league with the kidnappers? Father Manini, following Moro's death, rose through the ranks of Holy Mother Church and presently serves as the papal nuncio to Great Britain. And the Vatican, to this day, continues to shield Moro's confessor from ever having to testify in state hearings concerning the Prime Minister's abduction and death. The Bologna bombing. Gladio's role in the strategy of tension might have gone undetected, save for the massacre in Bologna. At 10:25 a.m. on August 2, 1980, a time bomb within an unattended suitcase exploded in the crowded, air-conditioned waiting room of the central station in Bologna, destroying most of the main building. 84 people were killed in the bombing and more than 200 wounded, making it the most savage attack to take place on Italian soil since World War II. Blame, of course, was placed on the Red Brigades and the radical left. But there was a problem that could not be resolved by the roundup of the usual suspects. The bomb that had been used in Bologna was not an ordinary explosive. It was a sophisticated device made of TNT and Composition B, a device that had been developed for use by the U.S. military. What's more, the bomb was very similar to the explosives which the Italian police had found in the arms dump near Trieste. The planners had made a mistake that was complicated by the presence of members of the Nuclei Armati Rivoluzionari, NAR, Armed Revolutionary Nuclei, at the train station. The NAR, like Ordine Nuovo, was a violent neo-fascist group, and its leader, Valerio Fioravanti, had been slightly injured by the blast. A web of deception. On August 26th, the prosecutor of Bologna issued arrest warrants for 26 NAR members, who were interrogated in Ferrara, Rome, Padua, and Parma. All, thanks to the intervention of SISMI, were released from custody. Gelli and his fellow gladiators were now forced to lead investigators in the wrong direction by bringing forward believable suspects. The weapon of deception was allegedly woven by Michael Ledeen, a U.S. operative who worked closely with P2-controlled SISMI. Ledeen, at the time, was serving at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, a think tank that had been established by the CIA. In 1981, Henry Kissinger maintained an office at CSIS along with Zbigniew Brzezinski, who served as National Security Advisor to President Jimmy Carter from 1977 to 1981. The carefully constructed new report, which was leaked to the Italian press by SISMI, placed the blame for the bombing on a group of international terrorists known as the European National Fascists, whose leader was Karl-Heinz Hoffmann. Hoffmann's group, the phony report alleged, had been trained for the attack in Lebanon by Salah Khalef, also known as Abu Iyad, a leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization. This report seemed credible. 8 weeks after the Bologna bombing, on September 26th, a member of Hoffmann's group had blown himself up at Oktoberfest in Munich, killing 12 others and wounding 215. A week later in Paris, a bomb planted by the group in front of a synagogue had killed 4 persons and wounded 13. This explanation might have held, despite the fact that it was denied by the PLO and could not be verified by prosecutor Aldo Gentile, who made several trips to Lebanon. The uncovered list. But too many mistakes had been made. Nagging questions remained about the composition 4, the mysterious arms dumps, and the collective testimony of the suspects who had been taken into custody from 1969 to 1980, the so-called Years of Lead, Anni di Piombo, a reference to the number of bullets that were fired during this decade. What's more, on March 7, 1981, a raid on Licio Gelli's villa uncovered a list of 962 P2 members that included top Italian intelligence, military, media, and political officials in SISMI, along with several prominent Argentines. Some of the more interesting names were as follows: Silvio Berlusconi, businessman, future founder of the Forza Italia political party, and future Prime Minister of Italy. Michele Sindona, Roberto Calvi, Umberto Ortolani, Franco Di Bella, director of Corriere della Sera, the leading Italian daily newspaper. Angelo Rizzoli Jr., owner of Corriere della Sera. Bruno Tassandin, general director of Corriere della Sera. General Vito Miceli, chief of the Italian Army Intelligence Service from 1969 to 1974. Federico Umberto D'Amato, leader of an intelligence cell, Ufficio Affari Riservati, in the Italian Minister of Interior. General Giuseppe Santovito, chief of the Italian Army Intelligence Service from 1978 to 1981. Admiral Giovanni Torrisi, chief of the General Staff of the Army. General Giulio Grassini, head of Italy's Central Intelligence Service, SISDE, from 1977 to 1981. General Pietro Musumeci, Deputy Director of Italy's Army Intelligence Service, SISMI. General Franco Picciotti. General Giovan Battista Palumbo. General Raffaele Giudice, Commander of the Guardia di Finanza from 1974 to 1978. General Orazio Giannini, Commander of the Guardia di Finanza from 1980 to 1981. Carmine Pecorelli, the journalist who was assassinated on March 20, 1979. Maurizio Costanzo, a leading television talk show host. Pietro Longo, secretary of the Italian Democratic Socialist Party, PSDI. Emilio Massera, Argentina, a member of the military junta led by Jorge Rafael Videla in Buenos Aires from 1976 to 1978. José López Rega, Argentina, Argentina's Minister of Social Welfare in Perón's government and founder of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA. Raúl Alberto Lastiri, President of Argentina from July 13, 1973 to October 12, 1973. Alberto Viñas, Argentina's Minister of Foreign Affairs from 1973 to 1975. Carlos Alberto Corti, Argentina's Naval Commander-Admiral. Stefano delle Chiaie, Italian neo-fascist with ties to the military junta in Argentina. The publication of the names created a national furor that resulted in the collapse of the government of Arnaldo Forlani, Italy's prime minister. The Italian people were aghast to learn that their most powerful political, military, and media leaders were members of the clandestine lodge. But the discovery did not directly link the lodge with the Bologna bombing or the other attacks that had taken place during the years of lead. That link would be eventually found in the Rome airport within the suitcase of Gelli's daughter. The two documents outlining the master plan of the Masonic group, coupled with the top-secret U.S. Army document, were enough to convince Judge Felice Casson and his team of investigators that P2 had been involved in the attacks and that the secret society was acting as a proxy for the CIA. What's more, the investigators realized that the secret society, acting under orders of U.S. officials, had been initiating acts of terror throughout the Western world, and most particularly in Argentina, under the watchful eye, if not the blessing, of Jorge Mario Bergoglio, who would ascend to the papal throne as Pope Francis I. Chapter 8. Gladio, south of the border. Operation Condor is the code name given for intelligence collection on leftists, communists, and Marxists in the Southern Cone area. It was established between cooperating intelligence services in South America in order to eliminate Marxist terrorist activities in member countries, with Chile reportedly being the center of operations. Other participating members include Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Bolivia. Members showing the most enthusiasm to date have been Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. U.S. Department of Defense document, October 1, 1976. From 1965 to 1981, scores of additional terrorist attacks by Gladio units took place in countries throughout Europe. Several of the more notable incidents are as follows. 1965. In Portugal, the CIA established Agente Press, a stay-behind unit under the command of Captain Yves Guérin-Serac. The unit was trained in covert action techniques, including hands-on bomb terrorism, silent assassination, subversion techniques, clandestine communication, and infiltration and colonial warfare. The unit was responsible for the murders of Humberto Delgado, founder of the left-wing Portuguese National Liberation Front on February 13, 1965, Eduardo Mondlane, leader of the Frelimo independence movement in the Portuguese colony of Mozambique on February 3, 1969, and Amilcar Cabral, the Marxist spokesman for African Party Independence Movement of Guinea and Cape Verde on January 20, 1973. In 1967, Agente Press guerrilla leaders traveled to Italy at the instigation of the CIA to train members of Avanguardia Nazionale in the use of explosives for the 1969 Piazza Fontana bombing. 1966. In France, President Charles de Gaulle denounced the secret warfare of the Pentagon and expelled the European headquarters of NATO. De Gaulle's actions were triggered by a series of attempts by the French Gladio unit to assassinate him. 1967. In Greece, the Hellenic raiding force Lokos Orenon Katadromon, which had been integrated into Gladio, overthrew the Greek Defense Ministry, ousted the left-leaning Center Union of George Papandreou, and set up a military dictatorship. When the colonels who led the coup asked Gust Avrakotos, the leading CIA operative in Greece, what to do with Papandreou, he reportedly said, Shoot the motherfucker because he's going to come back to haunt you. They ignored this advice and, under heavy pressure from American academics, including John Kenneth Galbraith, agreed to release him. In 1974, Papandreou returned to Greece to form the Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement. 1970. In Spain, Stefano delle Chiaie and other terrorists from Italy's stay-behind army became security consultants for General Francisco Franco's secret police, conducting over 1,000 violent attacks and committing an estimated 50 murders. Among their victims were members of the Euskadi ta Askatasuna, who had been fighting for Basque independence. After Franco's death in 1975, Delle Chiaie moved to Chile, where he set up death squads under CIA-installed dictator Augusto Pinochet. 1977. In Spain, the secret stay-behind army, with support of Italian right-wing terrorists, carried out the Atocha massacre, attacking a lawyer's office where members of the Workers' Commission trade union and the then clandestine Communist Party of Spain had gathered. 5 people were killed in the attack. 1980. In Turkey, the commander of the stay-behind army counter-guerrilla, General Kenan Evren, and the Grey Wolves, Turkey's Gladio unit, initiated yet another successful military coup to seize control of the government. Like Italy, Turkey remained of pivotal concern to Gladio during the Cold War. It guarded 1/3 of NATO's total borders with Warsaw Pact countries and maintained the largest armed forces in Europe. Knowing that a communist takeover of Turkey would be catastrophic, the Gladio forces, at the instigation of the CIA, opened fire on a rally of 1 million trade union supporters in Taksim Square. The massacre of 1977 resulted in the deaths of 38 demonstrators and the wounding of hundreds more. 1981. In Germany, a large stay-behind arsenal was discovered near the German village of Welzen in the Lüneburger Heide. Right-wing extremists had used the arsenal in the previous year to carry out the Munich Oktoberfest massacre, in which 13 people were killed and 213 wounded. Latins lean left. But Latin America emerged as an area of such nagging concern that the CIA, in tandem with the Vatican, launched Operation Condor as a Latin American version of Gladio. Like Gladio, the new undertaking arose from concern over the spread of communism that would spell disaster for U.S. political and economic concerns and Catholic teaching. The word communist, by this time, was applied so liberally and so loosely to revolutionary or radical regimes by U.S. intelligence that any government risked being so labeled if it advocated nationalization of private industry, particularly foreign-owned corporations, radical land reform, autarkic trade policies, acceptance of Soviet aid, or an anti-American foreign policy. The Game Plan. The game plan of Operation Condor was developed in part in the 1950s at the Brazilian Advanced War College, Escola Superior de Guerra, a carbon copy of the U.S. National War College. The Advanced War College was responsible for national security studies, development of military strategy, and the implementation of the plan for nation-building. This plan, adopted from the Pentagon and the U.S. Army's experience of reconstructing post-war Japan, stemmed from what Karl Haushofer called the science of geopolitics. Brazilian geopolitics, as developed by the War College, was based on the premise of a permanent world war between the forces of communism and the West. Because, by size and geographical position, Brazil dominated the South Atlantic, it had a duty to keep that part of the world, in the words of Woodrow Wilson, safe for democracy and free enterprise. A corollary of this assertion was that Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay should become satellites of their much larger neighbor. That objective was eventually achieved by economic imperialism and living frontiers. That is, by Brazilian colonists invading poorly protected borderlands, such as the upper Paraná River basin of Paraguay. Students at the Advanced War College, including Humberto Castelo Branco and Golbery do Couto e Silva, were taught by U.S. military and intelligence officials, including Lieutenant Colonel Vernon Walters, the CIA's chief coup engineer. In 1964, the graduates of the college united into a junta that overthrew the democratically elected left-wing government of João Goulart. Following the coup, Castelo Branco emerged as the new Brazilian president and Silva as the head of Brazil's first national intelligence service. The coup could not have been accomplished without the outlay of more than $20 million from the CIA, and the military officials who formed the junta were duly grateful. To show their appreciation, the officials accepted the entire package of U.S. demands, including a generous new profit remittance law and an investment guarantee treaty covering U.S. subsidiaries. Within 2 years of Goulart's overthrow, thanks to these concessions, foreign companies gained control of 50% of Brazilian industry, often through the expediency of what the Brazilian finance ministry called constructive bankruptcy, a combination of fiscal and monetary measures that forced local firms to sell to foreign interests or go broke. By 1971, 14 of the country's 27 largest companies were in foreign hands. Of the remainder, 8 were state-owned, and only 5 were private Brazilian firms. Perón and P2. When Condor was launched in 1969, Argentina, unlike Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, and Uruguay, posed no real problem. The majority of the country remained deeply conservative and devoutly Catholic. Juan Perón had returned from exile to defeat President Hector Cambora in the general election. This, for the Church and the CIA, was a happy development. Cambora, during his short term, had restored diplomatic relations with Cuba and had granted amnesty to all political prisoners. The country had fallen into chaos as 600 social conflicts, strikes, and factory occupations erupted throughout the country. Perón, to no one's surprise, received a whopping 62% of the vote and began his third term as president on October 12th, with Isabel, his wife, as vice president. Licio Gelli was a guest of honor at the inauguration. Following the ceremony, Perón knelt at the feet of the P2 worshipful master. Italy's Prime Minister Andreotti was also in attendance, but failed to receive such a gesture of obeisance from the Argentine president. The act was more than symbolic. Gelli had mustered substantial support for Perón's return from the CIA and funneled over $70 million in black funds to Perón's Civic Front of National Liberation. The day before his return to Buenos Aires, Perón had knelt before Gelli in a secret ceremony to become a member of the P2. The rite was performed within Perón's villa in the Puerta de Hierro district of Madrid. Following the ceremony, Perón boarded an Alitalia plane that had been chartered by Gelli for his triumphant return to his native land. In 1974, Perón issued a decree granting Gelli the Gran Cruz de la Orden del Libertador, Argentina's highest honor, and appointing him the honorary ambassador to Italy. By this time, a P2 lodge had been established in Argentina. Among its charter members were Admiral Emilio Massera, Raúl Alberto Lastiri, former Argentine president, José López Rega, Perón's Minister of Social Welfare and the founder of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA, Alberto Viñez, Perón's Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Naval Commander Carlos Alberto Corti. The Communist Uprising. But 13 months after his return to office, Perón died after suffering a series of massive heart attacks. He was succeeded by Isabel, who proved to be incapable of coping with mounting resistance from the Guevarist ERP, Ejército Revolucionario del Pueblo, People's Revolutionary Army, which continued in the tradition of Che Guevara, the Argentine Marxist revolutionary who had been killed in 1967 by CIA-assisted forces in Bolivia, and the Montoneros, Movimiento Peronista Montonero, or MPM, a group of indigenous people who opposed the Spanish colonization of their land. Throughout 1974, two left-wing groups launched attacks on business and political leaders throughout the country, killing executives from General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, and raiding military bases for weapons and explosives. By 1975, the guerrillas had conducted ambushes on the police and pitched battles against the army. An estimated 10,000 Argentines were killed in the struggle. But along with the bloodshed came something from Argentina that was infinitely more sinister in the eyes of the Vatican. An ideology that threatens not only the fundamental purpose of U.S. imperialism, but also the very core of Roman Catholic doctrine. The new heresy. This ideology first reared its hoary head at a conference of Latin American bishops in Medellin, Colombia in 1968. When the bishops, instead of upholding the latest encyclicals from Pope Paul VI, called upon the Vatican in their official proclamation to defend the rights of the oppressed and to uphold a preferential option for the poor in the struggle for social justice. The bishops condemned the Holy See's alignment with the powerful elite and denounced the oppression of the Latin American people not only by strong-arm dictators but also by the United States and other first-world countries. The most pressing issue of the day, they declared, was not economic development but political oppression. What's more, in an official proclamation known as the Medellin Document, the clerics declared that violence is sometimes necessary when directed against the government and social institutions. New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller foresaw the danger of the new theology. After his 1969 tour of Latin America on President Nixon's behalf, he warned the U.S. business community of the anti-imperialist nature of the Medellin Document. The Rockefeller Report, which became the basis of Nixon's Latin American policy, spoke of the need for the emergence of military regimes that would put an end to the movement and warned the Nixon administration that it had better keep an eye on the Catholic Church south of the border, since it suddenly had become vulnerable to subversive penetration. Priests in revolt. The report proved prescient. Priests formed left-wing organizations in 7 countries, some doing so in open support of coups against democratic governments, as in Chile and Bolivia. In several dioceses, ugly clashes erupted between priests and bishops. 30 diocesan priests in Mexico demanded the resignation of Bishop Leonardo Vieira Contreras, and in Maracaibo, Venezuela, 22 pastors called on Archbishop Domingo Roa Perez to resign. Several hundred priests and laymen petitioned the Guatemalan Congress to expel Archbishop Mario Casariego, Cardinal of Guatemala City. In Argentina, a group of priests from Córdoba and Rosario demanded the dismissal of Bishop Victorio Bonamin, chief military chaplain. Similarly, activist priests in Rio de Janeiro and Peru insisted on their right to elect the local archbishop, while Chile's left-wing religious movement, Christians for Socialism, attacked Santiago's Cardinal Raúl Silva Enríquez. Pope Paul VI was at his wits' end. After trying to appease the leftists with a series of social justice encyclicals and pronouncements, he realized that the only way he could reassert his papal authority was by force. Such force, of course, could not be overt. It could only be unleashed by Catholic organizations, including Opus Dei and Catholic Action, working in tandem with the Nixon administration and the CIA. Catholic Condor. Operation Condor, a program intended to eradicate communist groups and movements throughout South America, got underway in the early 1970s, when Opus Dei elicited support from Chilean bishops for the overthrow of the democratically elected government of President Salvador Allende. The Catholic group began to work closely with CIA-funded organizations such as the Fatherland and Liberty, which subsequently became the dreaded Chilean secret police. In 1971, the CIA began shelling out millions to the Chilean Institute for General Studies, IGS, an Opus Dei think tank, for the planning of the revolution. IGS members included lawyers, free market economists, and executives from influential publications, such as Hernan Cubillos, founder of Que Pasa, an Opus Dei magazine, and publisher of El Mercurio, the largest newspaper in Santiago, and one that was subsidized by the CIA. After the coup, a number of IGS technocrats became cabinet members and advisors to the ruling military junta, and Cubillos came to serve as Chile's new foreign minister. Immediately upon seizing control of the presidency, General Augusto Pinochet rounded up thousands of alleged communists in the National Stadium for execution. God will pardon me. The full fathom of the Vatican's involvement in Condor has never been sounded. But every phase of the operation, including the purging of the left-wing clerics, received the tacit approval of the Pope. Leaders of the military juntas, including General Pinochet, were devout Catholics. Indeed, when Pinochet was taken into custody in England for the murder of thousands of Chileans in 1998, he was mystified by the charges. His bafflement was justifiable. When Pinochet initiated his pogrom, Archbishop Alfonso López Trujillo, General Secretary of the Latin American Episcopal Conference, said, "The military junta came into existence as a response to social and economic chaos. No society can admit a power vacuum. Faced with tensions and disorders, an appeal to power is inevitable." Following Pinochet's arrest, Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Angelo Sodano, on behalf of the Holy Father, sent a letter to the British government demanding the general's release. When General Pinochet finally went on trial in 2005, a Chilean judge asked him about his reign of terror, which had resulted in the murder of over 4,000 Chileans, the torture of over 50,000, and the disappearance of hundreds of thousands. The general piously answered, "I suffer for these losses, but God does the deeds. He will pardon me if I exceeded in some, which I don't think I did." Bolivia gets the bird. In 1975, the Bolivian Interior Ministry, a publicly acknowledged subsidiary of the CIA, drew up a master plan with the help of Vatican officials for the elimination of liberation theology. Dubbed the Banzer Plan, after Hugo Banzer Suarez, Bolivia's right-wing dictator, who fancied himself the defender of Christian civilization, the scheme was adopted by 10 Latin American governments. Banzer had come to power in Bolivia as the result of a 3-day coup in August 1971 that left 110 people dead and 600 wounded. The coup, as recently declassified U.S. State Department documents show, was funded by the CIA as part of Operation Condor. In order to mount the master plan, Banzer relied on Klaus Barbie, who recruited a mercenary army of neo-fascist terrorists, including Stefano Delle Chiaie. To fund the army, Banzer ordered coca trees to be planted throughout the country's ailing cotton fields. Between 1974 and 1980, land and coca production tripled. The coca was exported to Colombian cartel laboratories, including Barbie's Transmaritania. A multi-billion-dollar industry was born. The tremendous upsurge in coca supply from Bolivia sharply drove down the price of cocaine, fueling a huge new market and the rise of the Colombian cartels. The street price of cocaine in 1975 was $1,500 a gram. Within a decade, the price fell to $200 per gram. The CIA became an active participant in this new drug network by creating a pipeline between the Colombian cartels and the black neighborhoods of Compton and Los Angeles. The pipeline was unearthed by Gary Webb, a reporter for San Jose Mercury News in 1996. Webb's findings resulted in an investigation by the U.S. Senate, which served to confirm his claims. The perfect crime. Even prior to the enactment of the Banzer Plan, the Vatican played a key role in the emergence of the cocaine trade by offering the drug cartels its money laundering service in exchange for stiff fees. To initiate this process, the Holy See established a chain of shell companies in Panama and the Bahamas that transferred deposits from the cartels to Banco Ambrosiano and the Italian banks under Sindona's control. From these private and parochial banks, the money flowed to the IOR, and from the IOR to financial firms in Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Liechtenstein. The first shell company established by the Vatican for this purpose was the Cisalpine Overseas Bank in the Bahamas. Cisalpine had been set up by Sindona, Roberto Calvi, and Archbishop Marcinkus through Banco Ambrosiano Holding, a Luxembourg company under the Holy See's control. By the time Operation Condor got underway, Cisalpine was receiving regular deposits of millions in cash from Pablo Escobar and other Latin American drug chieftains. Cisalpine functioned solely as a laundry for black money. On any given day throughout the 1970s, the shell company held $75 million in cash deposits. Cisalpine's immediate success caused Archbishop Marcinkus to proclaim that the shell company represented a perfect crime. Once the Banzer Plan got underway, Bolivian officials began compiling dossiers on church activists, censoring and shutting down progressive Catholic media outlets, planting communist literature on church premises, and arresting or expelling undesirable foreign priests and nuns. The CIA also funded anti-Marxist religious groups that engaged in a wide range of covert operations, from bombing churches to overthrowing constitutionally elected governments. The plan gave rise to a series of clerical assassinations, culminating in the murder of Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero, a leading proponent of liberation theology. The Dirty War. But no Latin American country, not even Pinochet's Chile, could equal the levels of violence that followed the military coup of March 24, 1976 in Argentina. Indeed, the only regime to create a state of fear approximating that of Argentina was Hitler's Germany. There were other parallels to Nazism, including a government-sponsored hate campaign against the country's 400,000 Jews. As many as 30,000 political prisoners, including students, union organizers, journalists, and even pregnant women, were killed or disappeared during the 1976 to 1983 Dirty War, which was fully endorsed by the Ford, Carter, and Reagan administrations. Political killings took place on the average of 7 a day in 1977. Nor were Argentines the only victims. An estimated 14,000 refugees from other South American military regimes were told to leave the country or face the possibility of arrest. Torture was automatic for anyone arrested, according to a spokesman for the World Council of Churches. The U.S. endorsement. Recently declassified national security documents show that the CIA and the U.S. State Department remained primary sponsors of the military junta, which was led by General Jorge Videla. On February 16, 1976, 6 weeks before the coup, Robert Hill, the U.S. ambassador to Argentina, reported to Secretary of State Henry Kissinger that the plans for the coup were underway, and that a public relations campaign had been mounted that would cast the new military regime in a positive light. Hill added that even though some executions would probably be necessary, the leaders of the junta remained determined to minimize any resulting problem with the U.S. On March 25, 1979, 2 days after the coup, William Rogers, Assistant Secretary for Latin America, advised Kissinger that the military takeover of Argentina would result in a fair amount of repression, probably a good deal of blood. To this warning, Kissinger responded, "Yes, but that is in our interest." On March 30, 1976, Ambassador Hill sent a 7-page assessment of the new regime to Kissinger. In the report, Hill wrote, "This is probably the best executed and most civilized coup in Argentine history." 1 week later, U.S. Congress approved a request from the Ford administration, written by Kissinger, to provide $50 million in aid to the new military regime. The Jewish pogrom. With such aid in hand, the junta launched not only its purge of left-wing dissidents, but also an attack on the Jewish community. Bookstores and kiosks were flooded with cheap editions of works by Hitler and Goebbels. Jewish schools, synagogues, newspapers, and businesses were bombed. Prominent Jewish citizens were kidnapped, blackmailed, and intimidated. And a series of crude anti-Semitic programs were aired on Argentine television. In August 1976, unidentified thugs drove through Buenos Aires's Jewish quarter, Barrio Once, strafing shops and synagogues with machine guns. The walls of the city of Mendoza in northwestern Argentina were painted with swastikas and slogans such as, "Be a patriot," "Kill a Jew." In April 1976, the public was invited by two groups calling themselves the Aryan Integral Nationalist Fatherland and the Pious Christian Crusade to attend masses in the Buenos Aires Cathedral for the eternal rest of our blood brother in Christ, Adolf Hitler. Catholic complicity. On the eve of the coup, General Jorge Videla and other plotters received the blessing of the Archbishop of Paraná, Adolfo Tortolo. The day of the takeover itself, the military leaders had a lengthy meeting with the leaders of the bishops' conference. As he emerged from that meeting, Archbishop Tortolo said that although the Church has its own specific mission, there are circumstances in which it cannot refrain from participating even when it is a matter of problems related to the specific order of the state. He went on to urge all Argentines to cooperate in a positive way with the new government. After thousands had disappeared, the bishop said, "I have no knowledge, I have no reliable proof of human rights being violated in our country," and praised the military regime, saying that the armed forces were simply carrying out their duty. The vicar for the army, Bishop Victorio Bonamin, characterized the campaign as a defense of morality, human dignity, and ultimately a struggle to defend God. Therefore, I pray for divine protection over this dirty war in which we are engaged. He told a university audience in December 1977 that the world was divided into atheistic materialism and Christian humanism. Though he denied any knowledge of individual cases, he said, "If I could speak with the government, I would tell it that we must remain firm in the positions we're taking. Foreign accusations about disappearances should be ignored." Papal sanction. General Videla, who is currently serving a life sentence for his part in the dirty war, told reporters that he had conferred with Cardinal Raúl Francisco Primatesta, the leading Argentine cleric, about the regime's policy of eradicating left-wing activists. He further insisted that he maintained ongoing conversations with Pio Laghi, the papal nuncio, and the leading bishops from Argentina's Episcopal Conference. These dignitaries, he insisted, advised him of the manner in which the junta should deal with all dissidents, including clerics who advocated liberation theology. The general's claim is supported by Bishop Tortolo, who in 1976 said that the clergy was advised of all actions made by the junta, particularly in regard to troublesome priests and nuns. Tortolo made this statement when questioned about the disappearance of two Jesuit priests, Francisco Jalix and Orlando Yorio, and 6 members of their parish. The disappeared priests were under the charge of Father Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the provincial general of the Society of Jesus in Argentina. They were espousing liberation theology among the slum-dwelling poor of Buenos Aires. The torture chamber. Father Jalix and Father Yorio, the 2 Jesuit priests in Bergoglio's charge, were taken to the notorious Navy School of Mechanics, ESMA, in Buenos Aires. ESMA was the most important of the military government's 340 detention and torture centers. A trip to ESMA typically began with an introduction to Caroline, an electric prodding rod with 2 prolonged wires. The visitors were stripped and tied to a steel bed frame. Electricity was applied to the victims, who were periodically doused with water to increase the effects. If the subject was a woman, the interrogators went for the breasts, vagina, or anus. If a man, they applied the wires to the genitals, tongue, or neck. Sometimes victims twitched so uncontrollably that they not only lost control of their bowels, but also shattered their own arms and legs. Father Patrick Rice, an Irish priest who had worked in the slums and was detained for several days at ESMA, recalled watching his flesh sizzle as the electricity flowed through his body. What Father Rice most remembered was the smell. It was like bacon, he said. Children were tortured in front of their parents, and parents in front of their children. One torturer estimates that about 60 babies passed through the facility, and that all but 2, whose heads had been smashed against the walls, were sold to suitable Argentine couples. At ESMA, which also served as a disposal site for other naval camps, corpses were initially buried under the sports field. After the field was filled, the bodies were burned daily at 5:30 in the afternoon, usually after having been cut up with a circular saw. Eventually, the ESMA officials hit upon the idea of aerial disposal at sea. The dead were dumped from airplanes hundreds of miles off the coast of Buenos Aires, along with torture victims who had been drugged into a comatose state. One pilot testified that prisoners fell like ants from the planes. Declassified documents show that Secretary of State Cyrus Vance continued to support the military junta in Argentina. One communique establishes that Vance was fully informed of the situation within ESMA, but opted to allow the horrors to persist. The question of Bergoglio. Father Halix and Father Yorio, the 2 Jesuit priests, were released 5 months after captivity. They were found half-naked in a field outside Buenos Aires. Father Bergoglio later insisted that he had secured their release, but no documentation exists that he had intervened on behalf of the 2 priests in his charge. Father Yorio, at the 1985 trial of the leaders of the junta, said that Bergoglio had handed them over to the death squad. I am sure that he himself, Father Bergoglio, gave over the list with our names to the Navy. He further refuted the claim that Bergoglio had saved the lives of the priests, saying, I do not have any reason to think he did anything for our release, but much to the contrary. In addition, Father Yorio said that Bergoglio had expelled him from a teaching position at a Jesuit school, and had spread false rumors to the Argentine High Command, stating that Yorio was a communist and a subversive guerrilla who was after women. Father Halix also refuted Bergoglio, saying, From subsequent statements by an official and 30 documents that I was able to access later, we were able to prove, without any room for doubt, that this man, Bergoglio, did not keep his promise to protect the priests, but, on the contrary, he presented a false denunciation to the military. Father Halix, who has retreated to a monastery in Germany, said that he is now reconciled with the past because forgiveness is a central tenet of Christianity. Journalist Horacio Verbitsky recently uncovered a military document from 1976 in the archives of Argentina's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that appears to provide proof that Father Bergoglio provided damning testimony about the 2 priests in his charge to the junta. The document, bearing the signature of Anselmo Orcoyen, who served as the director of the Catholic Division on Ministry, appeared on the front page of Pagina 12, the Argentine daily newspaper, on March 17, 2013. It reads, Father Francisco Halix. Activity of disseverment in the Congregation of Religious Sisters. Conflicts of obedience. Detained in the Navy School of Mechanics, 24th of May, 1976 to November 1976, 6 months. Accused with Father Yorio of suspicious contact with guerrillas. They lived in a small community which the Jesuit superior dissolved in February of 1976, but they refused to obey the order to leave the community on March 19th. The two were let go. No bishop of Buenos Aires would receive them. This notification was received by Mr. Orcoyen and given to him by Father Bergoglio, who signed the note with special recommendations not to approve of their requests. Orcoyen. The Vatican, at the time of this writing, continues to affirm Bergoglio's innocence in this matter, insisting that there has never been a concrete or credible accusation against him. The theft of babies. But other criminal allegations have been directed against Bergoglio. The grandmothers of the Plaza of Mayo, a human rights group established to locate children stolen during the Dirty War, states that the Jesuits' provincial general failed to assist a family of 5 who were awaiting execution by the death squad. One member of the family, Elena de la Quadra, was a pregnant young woman. The 5 had appealed to the Superior General of the Society of Jesus at the Vatican. The Superior General turned the matter over to Bergoglio, who remained the Provincial General of the Order in Argentina. Bergoglio, in turn, sat on the case for several months, only to pass it off to a local Catholic bishop. The bishop reportedly returned to Bergoglio with a letter from the junta stating the 4 members of the family had been killed, but the young woman had been kept alive long enough to deliver her baby. No one in the junta apparently wanted to be accused of abortion. The baby was given to a prominent family and could not be returned to its maternal grandmother or any other blood relative. Father Bergoglio later claimed that he had no knowledge of stolen babies, of which there were hundreds, if not thousands, until the collapse of the regime. He said that he did what he could, but had little influence to save people from the regime. He knew everything. Bergoglio has a very cowardly attitude when it comes to something so terrible as the theft of babies, said Estela de la Quadra, whose husband, brother, brother-in-law, and pregnant sister had been executed. He doesn't face this reality, and it doesn't bother him. The question is how to save his name, save himself. But he can't keep these allegations from reaching the public. The people know how he is. Ms. de la Quadra also expressed her outrage that Bergoglio, when serving as the head of the Argentine Bishops' Conference, refused to defrock Father Christian von Wernick, even after he had been jailed for life in 2007 for 7 killings, 42 abductions, and 34 cases of torture, in which he told victims, "God wants to know where your friends are." Von Wernick had served the dictatorship as chaplain of the Buenos Aires Provincial Police. "I've testified in court that Bergoglio knew everything, that he wasn't, despite what he says, uninvolved," Ms. de la Quadra said. Criminal charges. In 2005, Argentine human rights attorney Miriam Bregman filed a criminal suit against Bergoglio, who had been elevated to the College of Cardinals, accusing him of complicity in the kidnapping and torture of Father Yorio and Father Halix, along with 6 members of their parish. Bergoglio refused to respond to the subpoena to appear in court, invoking his immunity from prosecution under Argentine law as a Vatican official. He finally accepted to see us in an office alongside Buenos Aires Cathedral, sitting underneath a tapestry of the Virgin Mary, Ms. Bregman said. "It was an intimidating experience. We were very uncomfortable intruding in a religious building." She added that Bergoglio did not provide any significant information on the 2 priests. He seemed reticent. "I left with a bitter taste," she said. Later, in an interview with Sergio Rubin, his official biographer, Bergoglio said that he regularly hid people on church property during the Dirty War, and once gave his identity papers to a fugitive with similar facial features so the man could escape across the border. But, Bergoglio added, these acts were performed in secret since church leaders were called upon to support the junta. Responding to these comments, Ms. Bregman said that Bergoglio's words condemn him and prove that he condoned the torture and the killing. The dictatorship could not have operated without this key support, she said. Bergoglio triumphant. On March 13, 2013, Cardinal Jorge Mario Bergoglio ascended to the throne of St. Peter as Pope Francis I. The nagging questions about his background may never receive a satisfactory answer. Nor will concerns that the CIA manipulated the election as it had in the past with Juan Perón. Argentine journalists and scholars with insight into the agency's activities in their country already have labeled Bergoglio Washington's Pope. Certainly the new pontiff upheld the interests of General Jorge Videla and Admiral Emilio Massera during the Dirty War and served to suppress all manifestations of liberation theology. And certainly he can serve to influence policy, including the agenda of neoconservatives throughout South and Central America. His installation, it has been noted, took place 1 week following the death of Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. By the end of 2013, Bergoglio emerged as the most popular cleric on planet Earth, earning an approval rating of 88% among American Catholics. Few appear to take heed that Francis I is the first pope to be charged with crimes against humanity.